Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, set matter at 10:30 a.m. Item S1 is a discussion of the public health order related to COVID-19 as requested by the chair of the board. On page 3, special district agendas. This is the agenda for the Los Angeles County Development Authority. On page 5, this is the agenda for the Public Works Financing Authority. On page 6, this is the agenda for the Regional Park and Open Space District. On page 7, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 28. On item 3, Supervisor Ridley Thomas requests that this item be held. On item 6, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 8, Supervisor Kuehl and Supervisor Barger amends the item to read in oppose new proposal that would increase housing density in very high fire hazardous severity zones. On item 16, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 18 and 19, Supervisor Barger requests that these items be held. On items 21 and 22, Supervisor Solis requests that these items be held. On page 29, administrative matters, items 29 through 61. On item 29, the acting chief executive officer requests that this item be continued to December 8, 2020, as indicated on the posted agenda. On item 36, Supervisor Kuehl requests that this item be held. On item 45, Supervisor Ridley Thomas requests that this item be held. On item 48 is an urgency ordinance for adoption amending County Code Title 22, Planning and Zoning to ease development restrictions and allow for disaster recovery, including temporary housing, reconstruction, and permitting for properties that suffer irreparable damages or destructions in the Lake Fire or Bobcat Fire. On page 44, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 59D and 59E, Supervisor Hahn requests that these items be held. On item 59I, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. The requests for continuances or items to be referred back through 59I are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Without objection, so ordered.
On page 45, separate matters. Item 62 is a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of the Los Angeles County Public Works Financing Authority lease revenue bonds 2020 Series A on a tax-exempt basis with an aggregate par amount not to exceed $425 million to provide funding for the new Los Angeles County Museum of Arts facility project. On page 47, notices of closed session. Item CS3 is an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will now take public comments for all agenda items. Madam Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was also provided on the agenda and explain the speaking rules to those members of the public who are calling in to address the board.
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. To repeat, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 133-6503. Do not call the number if you only want to listen to the meeting. To listen only, please call 877-873-8016 and follow the instructions. To members of the public calling in, when it's your turn to speak, please state your name and which agenda items you wish to speak on. You have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item or 2 minutes to speak on 2 or more agenda items. In addition, those who would like to address the board with general public comment will provide 1 additional minute for a maximum total up to 3 minutes per person for all agenda items, including general public comment. We will allocate up to 60 minutes for public comment on all of the items. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60 minutes have elapsed, we will close public comment. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal is to get through as many speakers as we can. If you're not speaking on a topic, or if we cannot tell if you're speaking on an agenda item, you will get 1 warning from County Council or the chair. If you do not immediately or clearly get on topic or be straight off topic again, you will forfeit the rest of your time and the chair will move to the next speaker. Please note that if you're also listening to the board meeting on a computer or speakerphone, you will need to turn down the volume on those devices as soon as the moderator calls on you. If you do not turn down the volume, there will be an echo. Moderator, may we please have the first speaker, please?
As a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and then 0. As stated earlier, do not press 1 and then 0 a second time, or you will be removed from queue. Our first speaker is from Robert Nothoff. Please state your agenda items, and if you are also addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning, Chair Barger and members of the board. My name is Robert Notoff, Policy Director with the LA County Federation of Labor, and I'll be speaking on item 21 as well as a general public comment.
Please begin.
So the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor would like to applaud Supervisor Solis for bringing forth a resolution to oppose Proposition 22. Prop 22 would destroy life as we know it and create a permanent underclass of workers who are denied minimum workplace protections. If passed, there are studies that show drivers will be paid as little as $5.64 an hour, which is impossible to survive on. It denies drivers access to paid sick leave if they're feeling ill, and I don't think we can underscore that enough while we're in the midst of a global pandemic. Prop 22 would weaken racial and sexual harassment protections for workers, and Prop 22 would pass the cost of basic worker protections, like unemployment, onto us, Jane and Joe taxpayer, while these companies rake in record profits. That's not the kind of business model that we need in our state, and it's certainly one that we literally cannot afford. And that's why we must vote no on Prop 22. And as for my general public comment, the LA Fed would like to commend Supervisors Kuehl and Ridley Thomas for pursuing public health councils, as it's a proactive, common-sense proposal that utilizes the unique position that workers are in as the eyes and ears within a workplace to make sure that public health orders are, in fact, being followed. The workplace is a key source of outbreaks, and customers, the community in which the workplace is located, and the communities that workers return to at the end of their shift are all put at risk when there's an outbreak in the workplace. Public health councils address this issue at the source by establishing a mechanism for workers to flag any potential violation and notify DPH before it turns into an outbreak. And it helps to ensure that we can reopen our economy safely and, more importantly, keep it open. To date, nearly 6,800 people have lost their lives, and the virus is disproportionately wreaking havoc on low-income communities of color. So if we truly want to flatten the curve of infection, as well as the curve of inequity, we must prioritize public health councils and agendize it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is J. Stephen Bentley. Please state the agenda items, and also if you're addressing general public comment, you may begin.
My name is J. Stephen Brantley, and I'm a resident of District 5. I would like to speak to items 46, 6, and make general public comment. In light of the recent report on AB 109, I'm calling on the board to appropriately fund the Office of Division and Reentry and Community-Based Treatment as an alternative to incarceration. The ODR was created to develop alternatives to dealing with mental health issues in the criminal justice system. While progress has been made, there's greater demand for existing services than there is capacity. Meanwhile, every year, hundreds of millions of dollars that could be used to fulfill the intent of AB 109 go instead to the sheriff and probation for things like paying staff overtime. Roughly 30% of the people incarcerated in LA County require mental health care. A recent RAND study found that more than 60% of these individuals would be appropriate candidates for diversion into community-based clinical services. As a former nonviolent drug offender who was designated a mentally ill chemical abuser, I know that well-funded reentry and mental health services reduce recidivism and save lives. And these reports only serve to underscore it. In reducing incarceration and rehabilitating our communities, community-based diversion is highly effective, fiscally responsible, and absolutely implementable. I also want to thank the board for continuing to prioritize access to housing and voice my support for Agenda Item 6, which addresses housing insecurity in Los Angeles. Low-income Angelenos face housing security because of economic divestment, unemployment, and criminalization. Making sure that they receive support is a matter of public health in a time of pandemic, as well as a matter of public safety. It's not unrelated to the issues addressed in Item 46. Safe, affordable housing is crucial to the mental health of our county's residents. Unhoused Angelenos in need of mental health care are far less likely to receive it than sheltered citizens and far more likely to face arrest, which is why we need to continue the moratorium on evictions and implement rent forgiveness as well. Again, we're seeing billions of dollars pumped into law enforcement instead of keeping people safely housed and out of jail. Indeed,
Thank you. You now
prioritizing
have 1 minute
incarceration.
to address your general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. Just to wrap up, indeed, prioritizing incarceration over care actually leads to increased houselessness in vulnerable communities where the right redistribution of funds could quickly end it altogether. Please continue to prioritize people over prisons by funding the ODR and expanding eviction defense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Ellen Giese. Please state your agenda items, and also if you're addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Hello, I would like to address on agenda items 6 and 16 and on general public comment. Would like to thank you, Supervisors Kuehl and Ridley Thomas, for continuing to prioritize access to housing during this life-threatening pandemic. Los Angeles residents, particularly Black, Brown, and low-income residents, have long been plagued by housing insecurity due to the effects of gentrification, economic divestment, unemployment, and criminalization. Ensuring that our most vulnerable residents receive housing support is a proven public health strategy that will save lives. Furthermore, I urge the county to be more proactive by continuing to expand the eviction moratorium and implementing a rent forgiveness program for low-income people. I'm so fortunate to be in a stable living situation and have the ability to call into this meeting and participate in this process. I want my voice to uplift those that can't call in, who don't have stable enough housing to take time on a Tuesday morning to call in, or don't have a phone to make this call. Which brings me to item 16. This motion is an important step for LA County to establish equitable internet access to all its residents, with all of the switching to digital in our schools, in our healthcare systems, medical appointments online, mental health services online. We are seeing much better rates of patients going to these appointments when they don't have to deal with transportation. But this only works if they have reliable, stable internet access. And with these things that we consider to be fundamental rights, school and medical care being moved online, it makes internet access in and of itself a fundamental right. And we need to have an equitable internet.
Thank you. You have 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
As for general public comment, I would like to just uplift one more time the importance of this Board of Supervisors to come out in opposition for Prop 25. We know how dangerous Prop 25 will be if passed, and we know how frequently LA County sets precedences across the entirety of the country. Please let's make sure that the state of California and LA County are setting a good precedent by not allowing this ethically racist algorithm to go into effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Thorne. Please state your agenda items, and if you wish to speak on general public comment, you may begin.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, and for standing up for the rights. My name is Elizabeth Thorne, and I'm speaking on multiple agenda items and general public comment. I want to voice my support for items 3, 6, 16, 21, and 46. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for standing up for the rights of workers with agenda item 21 and voicing the opposition to Proposition 22. The pandemic has demonstrated the critical need to enhance worker protections to ensure the health and safety of all residents. Our frontline workers who provide transportation, deliver food, and other essential resources are putting their lives on the line every day with few protections. These workers are primarily Black and Brown and from communities that are disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. Meanwhile, large corporations are seeing extraordinary profits in addition to massive tax breaks. I strongly encourage all the supervisors to put the rights of workers first today and reject Proposition 22. In the 1930s, it took a worldwide depression to expand workers' protections and rights. It took hunger strikes and boycotts in the 1960s to bring attention to the plight of our farm workers. Today, the pandemic has laid bare these long-standing inequities and our continued failure to protect our most vulnerable workers. Fair wages, health care, sick leave, overtime pay, unemployment insurance, and the right to unionize should no longer be up for debate. They should be fundamental rights. It's the duty of our leaders to protect our workers from the exploitative practices of multi-billion-dollar companies, and I hope each supervisor does that by rejecting Proposition 22. On agenda item 16, this motion is an important step for LA County to establish equitable internet access to all its residents. I myself was teaching a community college class in this past spring semester and had to do the frantic switch mid-semester from teaching in person to online. And I saw firsthand how many of my students' participation dropped off because they no longer had access to me.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to address your general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. So I was, sorry. I have been heartened by how the education gap has been starting to close in recent years for students from different backgrounds, but now the pandemic is ripping it wide open. Equitable high-speed internet access should really just be a basic right in today's time, not to mention how it's needed for telehealth. That's another point that Medi-Cal currently only reimburses telehealth care services until January 2021 of next year, since it's tied to the federal government's state of emergency declaration, and telehealth services are not currently reimbursed by the county. If individuals on private insurance can receive telehealth services, we should ensure that all LA County residents have access to these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Jonathan Williams. Please state your agenda items, and if you wish to comment on general public comment, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, supervisors. I'm calling on agenda item 11. My name is Jonathan Williams. I'm president and CEO of the National Museum of the Surface Navy at the Battleship Iowa, as well as Los Angeles Fleet Week. My connection to the Surface Navy and what I do is really my grandfather's service, who was a Los Angeles resident and served aboard his ship, his Surface Navy ship, prior to World War II and during World War II, and settled in Gardena. And I got to have a chance to see what his ship did to him as a veteran and really sprung him to life and made him younger. So that's what I dedicated my life towards. For those of you that may not know what the Surface Navy is, it basically encompasses thousands of sailors and every vessel that floats across the ocean. Not submarines and not aircraft, but those that float across the ocean. Right now, there is no museum built for that anywhere in the United States, and the United States Navy licensed the rights to that museum to our organization to be able to build here in Los Angeles. It really gives us an opportunity to focus on why the Surface Navy is important, while recognizing
your time has expired.
Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Genevieve Clavriel. Please state your agenda items, and if you wish to share on general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning. This is Genevieve Clavriel. I will speak on S1, 12, 22, and CS2. On CS1, I think we need to reopen much more than we are reopening. And specifically, I think the Board of Supervisors should be reopened to the public and have meetings on a weekly basis to address issues who are on the board. Anyway, on item 12, I think it's about time to address the mental health of Asian Pacific individuals. That's a big issue. On item 22, the long-term effect of COVID-19 is very important because some of the people are long haulers. That means they have very severe sequelae from COVID-19 for a long, long time. But also the economic impact of closing so many businesses and so on have a tremendous impact on the mental health of individuals. Also on CS2, I hope that today you are reviewing Dr. Christina Galley performance. I think the article in the LA Times are damning, and we cannot allow any more individuals to die because they are not provided care. It's a disgrace that's happening, and it has been happening for a long, long time. So I hope that today CS2, the department head, is Christina Galley, and you are going to do due diligence and do something about it. Thank you for listening. Have a good day. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yeah, and 5 minutes.
As a reminder, to address the board, you may press 1, then 0. Do not press 1, then 0 a second time, or you will be removed from queue. Our next speaker is Janice Bowman. Please state your agenda items, and if you wish to comment on general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning. I am speaking on behalf of item number 11 and the general public comment. Good morning to Chair Barger, members of the board, and community supporters. My name is Janice Bowman, and I serve my community as the manager for the National Museum of the Surface Navy at Battleship, Iowa. I do want to extend a special thank you to Supervisor Hahn, Supervisor for the 4th District, for your continued support in helping to spearhead this item and provide us the support to bring this to Congress. And, I am serving as the manager of the new Military and Veteran Affairs Department at Battleship, Iowa. I'm spearheading this department to serve all veterans of every era and every branch. And we are really, truly looking forward to this transition into the Surface Navy Museum to allow us to provide a much larger support for our veterans in the area. We are now
Thank
going
you.
to
You
be
now have
calling
1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. We will be calling our department Veterans West. And this is an amazing opportunity for us to be able to not only serve our local Los Angeles as well as the regional area, but also to extend this to a national level. So thank you very much, and I am in support of this, and I urge all of you to support this as well, and I'm looking forward to our future together.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Joylene Deathridge. Please state your agenda items, and if you wish to make a general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning. I'm here in support of item 11 and general public comment regarding designating the USS Iowa in San Pedro as the National Museum of the Surface Navy. I'm a third-generation Angelino, born in LA, raised in Redondo, and I've lived in the community of San Pedro for more than a decade. I'm currently the Vice President of Development for Battleship Iowa Museum and the National Museum of the Surface Navy. Today, my comments are personal concerning this motion before you. Today, it's about my father, Joe Brooks Deathridge. A farm boy from Mississippi, my dad ran away from home at the age of 16 to escape an abusive stepfather. In August 1945, at the age of 17 and just 1 month before the end of World War II, my dad enlisted in the U.S. Navy. My dad was assigned to the USS Fall River, a Baltimore-class heavy cruiser. The cruiser was assigned to conduct atomic weapons tests in the Marshall Islands in the summer of 1946. These experimental operations were referred to as Operation Crossroads, a pair of nuclear weapon tests conducted by the United States.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to address your general public comment. Please begin.
At Bikini Atoll in mid-1946, the purpose of the test was to investigate the effect of nuclear weapons on warships. My dad was there, and he never forgot what he witnessed. He passed away in 2002. It's suspected that the cause of his death could have a direct link to his exposure to the atomic bomb test. It would be a great joy to me and my family to be able to honor my dad's service and legacy at the National Museum of the Surface Navy, along with thousands of families like mine. My dad grew up during his time aboard the Fall River and learned the hard lessons of democracy, that democracy is born of struggle. My dad was part of that struggle and continued to defend democracy in the Korean conflict when he enlisted in the Air Force. Thank you for letting me speak today, and thank you to Supervisor Hahn for bringing this motion forward.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Kevin Acebo. Please state your agenda items, and if you wish to make general public comment, you may now begin.
Item number 12 in general public comment. Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Kevin Acebo, a member of the LA County Mental Health Commission and an appointee of Supervisor Hahn, and I'm testifying in support of agenda item 12 and have a brief general public comment. State law, Welfare Institutions Code, sections 5812.5D, 5868B, 5878.1A, and the non-California Code of Regulations, section 3200.100, requires a county's Mental Health Services Act 3-year plan to address disparities, cultural and linguistic competency by incorporating and working to achieve specific goals into all aspects of policymaking, program design, administration, and service delivery. Each system and program is addressed for the strengths and weaknesses of its proficiency to achieve these goals. The infrastructure of the service, program, or system is transformed.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to address or general public comment. Please begin.
Are developed as necessary to achieve these goals. The data, I think, is pretty clear that there are disparity exists. In 2017, we saw in the document that even though the population of API was 14.6, the API population represented 5.35% of the community service support and 2.64% of the prevention and early intervention for clients served. I think that if we were actually looking how to deal with disparities, in a motion that was originally developed by Supervisor Hahn in 2017 and passed by the board, I will point out on page 152 of the MHSA 3-year plan budget that was submitted to the Commission, the estimated unspent funds prior to fiscal years FY 2021 amounts to $808.1 million, and FY 21-22 the unspent funds is $445.1 million.
Thank you.
And
Your
for
time
fiscal
has
year
expired.
22-23 is 357.
Our next speaker is Manju Kulkami. Please state your agenda items, and if you wish to make general public comment, you may now begin.
Hi. I'd like to make a comment regarding item number 12. Good morning. My name is Manjusha Kulkarni, and I'm Executive Director of APCON, the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council. We're a coalition of over 40 community-based organizations that serve and represent the 1.5 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in Los Angeles County. I'm calling to support the motion by Supervisor Hahn, agenda item number 12. Asian Americans make up 16% of the Los Angeles County population, and yet only make up 4% of those who utilize mental health services. Now more than ever, it's critical that the mental health 3-year plan develop outreach, treatment, and recovery services to address the needs of AAPIs. APCON, along with the Chinese for Affirmative Action and San Francisco State University, established Stop AAPI Hate in March of this year as the leading aggregator of data on COVID-19 related hate against AAPIs. Since March 19th, we've found that over 200 individuals in Los Angeles County have experienced racism related to COVID-19.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Francis Ruiz. Please state your agenda item and in any general public comment you may have. You may now begin.
Good morning. My name is Francis Ruiz. Thank you for having me on behalf of the San Pedro Business Improvement District and our board president, Timothy McCosker, otherwise known as the BID. I'm calling in today for agenda item 11 in support to designate the battleship USS Iowa Museum as a National Museum of the Surface Navy, which is intended to support the Surface Navy community, be a platform for education, community, and veteran programs, and to preserve artifacts, documents, and history collected by the museum. The BID's mission and purpose aligns with this designation of the battleship USS Iowa Museum as the National Museum of the Surface Navy. The designation would advance the BID's interests with its stakeholders, property owners, and business owners which does include the Port of Los Angeles and the LA waterfront area. The Battleship Iowa is within our bid's boundary and is an important part of the downtown San Pedro community. This designation would benefit us all by increasing community activity and bring even more visitor traffic to our area. The National Museum will help create a cohesive and unified waterfront which can connect the downtown San Pedro area to the LA waterfront, all of which will improve the San Pedro shopping, dining, and entertainment.
Next speaker, please.
As a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and then 0. Do not press 1 and 0 a second time, or you will be removed from queue. Our next speaker is Sherry Weaver. Please state the agenda items, and if also you are addressing any general public comment today, you may begin.
I'll be addressing agenda item number 59D and public comment. My name is Sherry Weaver. I'm from Harbor Interfaith Services in San Pedro. I am the Director of Programs that oversees the Coordinated Entry System for SPA 8, as well as oversight of the 2 interim housing facilities that opened this year, one of which would not have opened without Supervisor Hahn's vision, investment, and support. I am calling in today in support of Supervisor Hahn's motion. Use of the coronavirus relief funds to establish the Emergency Pallet Shelter Project in the city of Redondo Beach. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Supervisor Hahn for putting forth this motion. Based on the 2020 homeless count, there were 174 individuals experiencing homelessness in the city of Redondo Beach. Simply put, we need 170 housing resources to end homelessness in this community. With this motion, we can move closer to achieving this goal. The city of Redondo Beach has been a valued partner in addressing homelessness in their community. Through their financial investments, partnership with City Council, and Police Department.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
And the collaboration with homeless service providers. I applaud this effort and their proactive engagement in addressing this critical issue. We appreciate the county supervisor's continued commitment in addressing the homeless crisis in LA County. There is much work to be done, especially with the added challenges of addressing this crisis for our most vulnerable during a pandemic. We need your vote today in favor of this motion, and we are ready to make challenges of ending homelessness, and today we are asking for your continued partnership in this effort.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Don Burrows. Please state your agenda items, and if you also are addressing general public comment today, you may begin. Madam Chair, 1 moment, please.
Next speaker, please.
Don Burrows, you may begin.
Oh, thank you. So it's 59D, and I would like to make a quick public comment afterwards. But we also would like to thank Supervisor Hahn for her support of just the general issues on the homeless, and we just appreciate her help in those areas. My wife and I serve as co-chairs of Shared Bread, a 100% volunteer program out of the First United Methodist Church in Redondo Beach. We have changed our program over the coronavirus era, and we are providing many items that the homeless need, including a hot meal every single Wednesday night. We believe this program, including the 15 units in 13 months, would greatly improve the lives of many of our friends who are living on the street. We have this opportunity to help people in need and to put them on a path of permanent housing and productive lives. My hope and their hope is that you vote yes on this proposal.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to address general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. As I was reflecting on these comments, it came to mind some people that would be definitely helped in this process. It could be Ryan, Dana, Ruth, Jason, Sergio, Mark, and Pat. And you can actually save their lives, some of them, if you can get them into this program and move them forward into a permanent housing. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Eric Previn. Please state your agenda items, and if you are also addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Yeah, I will speak on all of the items if I can, and a general public comment. Okay?
Please begin.
Yeah. First of all, thanks to Supervisor Solis for Larry Dulé Itlyong Day, or Day, which is in honor of Seven Fingers, who is a Filipino-American labor organizer who organized West Coast agricultural workers in the 30s and rose to national prominence in 1965. I think it's very nice to underscore that piece of history. Under the Registrar Recorder County Clerk section, never a fan of sole source contracts because it undercuts the possibility of getting a really good deal. Obviously, good deal is one component. We want it to work, so maybe that makes sense. Now, here's a weird one. $8.2 million to the county registrar recorder, if you can believe it. A little donation made to him, a grant. And when you dig in as to who the grant comes from, it's tech, big tech. So that's interesting. You know, Google, Facebook, etc. I know Sheila always likes to recuse herself when Google's around, or Microsoft. I can't keep it straight because they're not standard and consistent with that stuff. Hey, 59A, I get that it's late, but why is Mark Ridley Thomas getting the 5 Board of Supervisors to weigh in on a cultural historic landmark designation? And why is he involving Mitch O'Farrell, hashtag Massaborsky LLCs? This is a guy who's been fined by the Ethics Commission for, what they do is they give too much because they're so eager to get Mr. O'Farrell on board. CARES Act funding, supplemental spending is in, and these numbers are huge for the digital services to the kids in probation. $25 million more? I mean, I guess, but how does that make any sense? I mean, who's getting that money? Under the category of fire, it's nice to see Madeline Moore rising.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to address your general public comment. Please begin.
Okay, well, since I only made it through a fraction of my items, I guess my public comment will be, as always, what happened to the public comment? It used to be that you could really speak on the items and give some information, 6 minutes, including general, as it used to be. Here you've got half of that, but in addition to providing half the time that you would ordinarily provide at a big 11 million jurisdiction public meeting, you've reduced the meetings by half. And these closed sessions, which are special meetings, and I hope that the district attorney or whoever pays attention, the attorney general or Yokelson, dare I say, is paying attention. But when you have a special meeting, it means you don't take a general public comment on these little closed sessions that they have. So today you've just got a couple million washing through for a district attorney race discrimination issue at the DA's office, hard to believe. And then also we've got some jail civil rights abuse, as we always have. And we ask Sheila once and for all, please make these items available and let the public speak.
Our next speaker is Erica Guerra. Please state your agenda items, and if you're addressing any general public comment today, you may now begin.
Good morning, Chair Barger and the members of the board. I want to speak in support of Agenda Action Item 59D, the pallet shelter proposal in Redondo Beach, and offer general public comments. Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, first of all, for your leadership and support of homeless programs. My name is Reverend Erica Guerra. I am the pastor of First United Methodist Church of Redondo Beach. First United Methodist Church of Redondo Beach is home to Shared Bread, a feeding program that's fed the hungry in the South Bay for over 27 years. Even during this time of pandemic, we've continued to serve our guests a nutritious to-go meal, clean masks, and other essential items to about 100 people per week. I've served as a pastor and called the South Bay my home since 2002. Offering shelter beds or temporary housing for the unhoused in our area has been an issue for as long as I've been blessed to live and serve in this community. When I've pushed, I was told that there's no space or funding for shelter for the unhoused in the South Bay. End of story. One of the hardest things I've witnessed in the past 6 months during this pandemic was watching our shared bread.
You now have 1 minute to address your general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. One of the hardest things I've watched during the past 6 months during this pandemic was watching Shared Bread guests try and figure out ways to survive when everything was shut down. There was nowhere open to use the restroom, let alone a bed for them in their own community on which to sleep. While we've sheltered in place, they've had to find somewhere, anywhere to survive. Many of our shared bread guests grew up in the South Bay and for whatever reason ended up on the streets. To be able to provide them a bed in their community, in our community, would allow them to remain a part of the South Bay and would benefit their well-being. I hope it would be a step forward towards self-sufficiency, transformation, and hope. I ask the supervisors to vote yes and fund this proposal. It's time for our community to provide beds for the unhoused who call South Bay home. I'm grateful to Mayor Brand, the City Council, the city staff who worked hard on this proposal, and thank you, Supervisor Hahn, for your faithfulness to all your constituents, especially the unhoused. Thank you to the board for your continued leadership during this time of crisis.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
As a reminder, to address the board, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and then 0 at this time. Do not press 1, 0 a second time, or you will be removed from queue. Our next speaker is Mike Shaintinsky. Please state your agenda items, and if you are also addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Hi, I'm addressing agenda item 11 and general public comments. Good morning. My name is Mike Shaintinsky. I'm a retired Navy two-star admiral, and I'm chairman of the board of the National Museum of the Surface Navy at the Battleship Iowa, and co-founder and a director board member for LA Fleet Week. I want to thank you for your support for a national designation for the Battleship Iowa to become more than it is today. I'm an LA kid. I went to Loyola High School, Loyola University. I worked for the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. My accomplishments in the Navy were as a reservist. I'm now retired Oceanside, but my heart and soul are in Los Angeles. Why did I join the Navy? When I was a kid, I walked on board the USS Texas, a museum ship in Texas, and I was in awe. And by the time I was in 5th grade, I'd read books and decided the Navy was where I wanted to be, and specifically the surface Navy, driving ships and sailing the 7 seas. And here I am today because of my passion for our surface Navy, helping create a special museum in Los Angeles. Why Los Angeles? Los Angeles is a maritime city. 90% of our traffic travels by the sea.
You now have 1 minute to address your general public comment. Please begin.
Thank you. 1 in 12 jobs in LA are directly related to the maritime industry, and the port of LA Long Beach is one of the busiest in the world. And all that is ensured by our surface Navy. What's special about our surface Navy to me? It's diversity. It's the face of our nation when you walk on board those ships, black, Hispanic, race. It doesn't matter what religion, race, color, creed you are. It's an incredibly diverse force, and it truly is statistically the face of our nation. And diversity is the future of our nation. So this museum is for the youth of our country, so they can step up and serve if it's the right thing for them to do, and for their moms and dads so they can enable them to do the same thing and support this museum in the future. The National Museum of the Surface Navy, the Battleship Iowa, is the 5th most popular museum in Los Angeles out of about 150, and the 5th most popular tourist attraction out of about 650. But to me, it's an incredibly powerful reminder of the great things man can do for man. It's a counterbalance to the Museum of Tolerance, which reminds us of the terrible things man can do for man. So thank you, Supervisor Hahn. Thank you, supervisors in general, our pillars of veterans, education.
Our next speaker is Kaylee Fusilier. Please state the agenda items, and if you're also addressing on any general public comment today, you may begin.
Hi, I'm addressing item 59D and public comment. My name is Haley Fusilier. I'm a senior director at PATH, People Assisting the Homeless, and I'd like to thank Supervisor Hahn for putting forth the Redondo Beach pallet shelter proposal. We at PATH are in support of any model of housing that safely houses our most vulnerable with wraparound services needed to improve their quality of life as they identify permanent housing options. We are also very grateful that cities are willing to open their available land to be a part of any solution. And we are once again very grateful for the progressive city of Redondo Beach and their movement towards ending homelessness. Thank you so much, and stay safe.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Nancy Wilcox. Please state the agenda item, and if you are also addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Nancy Wilcox, and I'm speaking on agenda item 59D.
As the co-chair for the South Bay Homeless Coalition, I am pleased to enthusiastically support Supervisor Hahn's Emergency Shelter Pallet Project motion. For the past 8 years, I've witnessed Redondo's tremendous leadership in being the first independent South Bay city to focus on homelessness solutions. In 2014, the city convened the Homelessness Task Force. Since then, 8 other cities and neighborhoods have formed similar groups. It was the first city to have a dedicated homelessness case manager. Today, 5 cities have followed Redondo's lead. With this funding, it will become the first South Bay municipality outside the city of Los Angeles to provide sorely needed shelter beds, yet again setting the example for other Spot 8 cities to follow. In closing, I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for her continued and very generous support of innovative homelessness solutions across the South Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Jennifer Simon is our next speaker. Please state if you're addressing the agenda items and any public comment. You may begin.
Hi, I am speaking on item 59D as well as public comment. My name is Jennifer Simons. I'm an Army veteran and I'm the co-founder of a local organization, Neighbors Not Nuisance. I'm also a stay-at-home mom to 3 kiddos in North Redondo Beach, and I'm really saddened by the behavior I've seen by my neighbors, children, teens, adults, and how they interact with our unhoused neighbors between spitting, kicking, throwing trash on these human beings. It hurts my heart that my unhoused neighbors do not have a place of safety to go to, a place of security, to sleep, to store their valuables and receive help that they deserve. I can only hope that if my family fell on hard times, that my neighbors and community would be able to help us and treat us just the same as we were before. I truly believe that temporary housing could change our community for the better and help bridge a gap between ourselves and our marginalized unhoused neighbors. I'm proud of my city for taking the initiative to really help us out help our unhoused neighbors out during this unprecedented time. And so I really want to thank you for taking this step towards saving the lives of our unhoused neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Christian Horvath. Please state the agenda items, and if you're also addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Good morning, Chair Barger and Supervisors. I am Councilmember Christian Horvath from the City of Redondo Beach. I want to express my deep gratitude and support for Supervisor Hahn's motion on item 59D on your supplemental agenda. Redondo Beach has been your proactive partner in finding creative solutions for helping our unhoused residents find a way back home. Over the past 5 years, we have employed a variety of strategies, including our more recent Enhanced Response Pilot Project and Homeless Court. But with many of those residents being released from Project Roomkey and many more needing safe, temporary, transitional housing as they work with our outreach providers towards more permanent housing, this potential proposed pallet shelter strategy will help us accomplish more for those residents in an efficient and an effective manner. I request passage of this motion and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Janelle Scales. Please state your agenda items, and if you're addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Hi, agenda item 59D. My name is Janelle Scales. I'm the co-founder of Neighbors Not Nuisance, a local organization in North Redondo Beach. I'm also a resident of North Redondo Beach for many years. I am grateful for Supervisor Hahn's initiative for temporary pallet housing in North Redondo, and in a practical way, I'm hoping that it will be at Aviation Park, a place that I work out at and take my kids to, and I hope that I can show them that our city is an innovator in helping our unhoused neighbors. October is coming to a close. There's some transition happening with our unhoused neighbors, and we need to get our unhoused neighbors temporary housing soon. The weather is going to change, and these houses are going to save lives. I'm grateful for the support of Christian Hobart and Supervisor Hahn, and I believe that this is an important life-saving measure, and I'm in great support of the pallet shelters, and I hope that our city continues to be an innovator.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Bronson Chu. Please state your agenda item, and if you are addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Agenda item 59D, and I have general public comment.
My name is Ronson Chu. I am a resident of North Redondo Beach. My kids go to elementary school there, and I just want to thank Supervisor Hahn for bringing forward the pallet shelter motion. I am in support of it. I also run the homeless count in Redondo Beach, and as well as I'm the co-founder of the Weekend to End Homelessness. I just want to say the residents of Redondo Beach are a can-do community when it comes to helping our homeless neighbors. We received hundreds of hygiene kit donations this past weekend for the Weekend to End Homelessness from our Redondo Beach neighbors. And as well, whenever we do the homeless count, we're constantly oversubscribed. So to me, I'm sure my other neighbors would agree that the housing our PRK neighbors is a no-brainer. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Bruce McCrae. Please state your agenda items, and if you're sharing general public comment, you may begin.
You bet. Item number 11 in general public comment. Madam Chair and Honorable Board and my supervisor, Janice Hahn. My name is Bruce Double D. McCrae. I'm the Vice President of UPS, and I'm a part of the USS Iowa. I serve on their board. I can go on and state what everybody else has stated, but I want you to know what better way to support this motion than on October 13th today, the birthday of the U.S. Navy. That just makes me smile. I invite you all to come out and visit us. You can hear people talk about it, but come out and visit us. See what we mean when I go out there and I sit with veterans and they make me cry because they come home. When you come home to the Iowa and the National Museum of Surface Navy, it's like coming home for them. So I ask the motion that you pass this because it is near and dear to my heart and to the heart of UPS. We're in big support of this. On the public side, I know there's a lot of people out there that are looking for work. UPS Jobs and a number of the other carriers are all hiring right now. So if you know people that are looking
Thank
for
you.
work,
You now have 1
hiring.
minute to address your public comment. Please begin.
Just want to say thank you to the supervisors. Thank you for all you do, keeping us all safe during COVID-19. I know the pressure is hard on you and there's a lot of anger out there, but I know what you're going through. I appreciate you. My company appreciates you. God bless you all, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mark Anthony Clayton Johnson. Please state your agenda items, and if you're also addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. Mark Anthony Clayton Johnson, Frontline Wellness Network in Justice LA. Agenda item 346 in public comment. Just want to say thank you to Supervisor Ridley Thomas and Hahn for consistently defending our communities and protecting our communities from sheriff violence. You know, parks should be places and spaces of safety and recreation. Instead, they're often places where our folks are on edge because of law enforcement presence and law enforcement violence, especially when you have a sheriff department that scoffs at accountability, that rejects independent investigations and monitoring, that lies to the public, and a sheriff whose inadequate leadership has given license to deputy gangs who harm our communities as an initiation ritual. And so this is the sheriff's department that is patrolling our parks, but other spaces of care like our hospitals. And so we support moving $29 million out of the Sheriff's Department into the Department of Recreations for community-based violence prevention and intervention. I think folks know, but, you know, people with mental health disabilities are estimated to be almost half of those shot by law enforcement. And the brutal and tragic incident of a sheriff shooting of a patient at Harvey UCLA Hospital last week demonstrates that our care facilities are part of that pattern. And so you've received numerous letters from healthcare providers, many of whom are on the line right now to give you public comment because they've seen the way sheriffs intimidate their patients, threaten doctors and nurses, and to providing them with patient information that they should not have access to. They've seen the way that even when sheriffs are designated for intervention, they often display a lack of skill and empathy that aggravates crisis within the hospital setting and undermines the highly trained and highly practiced providers who above anything are focused on saving lives. And the shooting again at Harvey UCLA demonstrates that the sheriff have a different set of priorities. And so the presence of sheriff and law enforcement in our care facilities not only undermines the practice of care, but it betrays the trust that we as community members should have to pursue life-saving services.
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to begin your general public comment. Please begin.
And so as long as sheriffs are present and they shape the practices and the policies of care, towards an agenda of criminalization in jail rather than health in our care facilities, in our communities, we are going to fail. And so we urge you to build on ATI as you are doing, expand the conversation to include hospitals, and instead of sheriff substations and law enforcement, reallocate those dollars and invest in life-saving practices and protocols that were in place at Harbor before this happens, but were undermined by sheriff presence. Invest in systemic change that looks like budget reallocation, policy change on the hospital level to ensure that our places of care remain safe spaces for Black and Brown communities. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Bill Brand. Please state your agenda items, and if you're also addressing general public comment, you may begin.
Yeah, hi, my name is Mayor Bill Brand of Redondo Beach, speaking on item 59D. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn for bringing this forward. We've got a groundbreaking program here in Redondo Beach. We're hoping it's successful. We're hoping to be a model for the rest of the community. We've had great team cooperation from all our agencies, from our city attorney's office, the police, the various public services, partnering with PATH and Harbor Interfaith, and with the county on various homeless approaches to dealing with their homeless problems. So just in support of 59D, I want to thank everyone and hope that this becomes a model for the South Bay and other cities like Redondo Beach who are struggling with helping the homeless and keeping their communities safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Andrew Delman. Please state your agenda items, and if you are also addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Thank you to the board for the time to speak today. I will address agenda items S1 and 5 and give a general public comment. As a resident of Glendale and a data analyst who has been tracking coronavirus case numbers in the county, I am very concerned about the county's preparedness to help essential workers and their communities as virus cases rise again. As case numbers spiked in the late spring and summer this year, numerous COVID-19 outbreaks were linked to warehouses, food preparation facilities, and other low-wage working environments. The geographical distribution of cases in the county also bears witness to the inequities of the pandemic. The working-class communities of South and East LA and the San Gabriel and San Fernando valleys have been disproportionately affected, in no small part because most residents never had the luxury of staying home. Unfortunately, no additional federal aid is likely during the remainder of 2020. So I strongly urge the county to set aside funds to support workers and residents in neighborhoods where case rates are highest. Virus cases are very likely to rise again in the next several months. They are already reaching very concerning levels in the northern San Fernando Valley, for example. New York City has recently implemented a geographically targeted approach to implementing public health measures, shutting down businesses where workers are in danger in hard-hit neighborhoods. While imperfect, this targeted approach may be our best chance to contain future outbreaks. In addition to enforcing public health measures and closing down crowded workplaces in high case rate areas, the county has the responsibility to use CARES Act funds to help workers and vulnerable people most impacted by closures. The need is enormous, and the federal assistance is not enough to meet it. But the more we can target both public health protection measures and aid funding to areas at the epicenter of outbreaks, the more we can save lives and rebuild livelihoods. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Tobin DeMarco. Please state your agenda items, and if you are also addressing general public comment today, you may begin.
Hi, my name's Tobin, and I'm a resident of District 4. I would like to speak in favor of agenda items 3, 6, 21, 46, and general public comment. Simply put, the sheriffs are funded for jobs they do not have the ability or care to tend to. This board has recognized that and is taking great first steps to remedy this. But I want to implore you to go further. The sheriff's department is not only corrupt but ineffective. Their tactics and training do not lend themselves to solution-based outcomes. Shooting people is not a solution. Their involvement in our community needs to be curbed in all areas if we are ever to start the journey of healing our community from the harm over-policing has done. Therefore, I support Supervisors Hahn and Ridley Thomas in reimagining the safety of the park system in Los Angeles County with Agenda Item 3 by advocating for alternatives to law enforcement, such as the use of unarmed staff trained in crisis response and violence prevention strategies. I would also encourage the board to take this approach when dealing with our county's hospitals. The sheriff-involved shooting at UCLA Harbor proves yet again the Sheriff's Department cannot be trusted to deal with crisis. The Sheriff's Department continues to mismanage funds, undermines public trust, and acts with disregard for the lives of our families and loved ones. The county should immediately end all policies and practices that criminalize patients and replace them with public health approaches that protect those seeking care from law enforcement intervention. The Board of Supervisors should build on this motion and expand its current efforts to implement the Care First roadmap by removing sheriffs and other law enforcement entities from hospitals and reinvesting funds into efforts to expand community and hospital-based law enforcement crisis response and intervention. As the county works to ensure parks remain places of health and recreation for our communities, the community should be able to trust facilities meant for care are, in fact, sanctuaries from law enforcement violent abuse. Agenda Item 46 also points to another disturbing trend of law enforcement funding over care in our communities. The county receives hundreds of millions of dollars each year from AB 109, yet those dollars continue to be wasted on the sheriff and
Thank you. You now have 1 minute to address your general public comment. Please begin.
I'm just going to continue. This report concluded that mental health care is an effective public safety measure and no department has been more successful than the Office of Diversion and Reentry. ODR has an 84% non-recidivism rate and only received a mere 5% of last year's AB 109 budget. Dollar for dollar, investing in community-based diversion is vastly more effective than spending on law enforcement. The fiscally responsible choice for Los Angeles is to place precious resources into the programs that are successfully reducing incarceration and rehabilitating our communities. So again, I want to implore you to really look at the depth of the sheriff funding and all of the areas that they are doing this community a disservice and really reimagine the way in which we deal in our communities. Thank you. And my final public comment is there needs to be a better way to figure out how to wrap up the time than interrupting to let us know we have a minute left for public comment.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
As a reminder, to address the board, if you have not done so already, please press 1 and then 0, but do not press 1 0 a second time as it will remove you from queue. Our next speaker is Yvette LA. Please state the agenda items you'll be addressing, and if you wish to speak on general public comment, you may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. Yvette LA from District 5 with Dignity, Empower Now, and Justice LA. I'd like to speak on agenda items 3, 6, 16, 21, 46, and general public comment. Thank you, Supervisors Hahn and Ridley Thomas, for really building on all of the motions passed by this board to reimagine public safety. Having the Sheriff's Department removed from our parks and allocating those $29 million away from the Sheriff's Department is a great first step. And like Mark Anthony Clayton Johnson stated, we should also be reimagining public safety in our hospitals. I was disturbed by the recent shooting at Harbor UCLA Hospital by sheriff's deputies, and our folks that are most vulnerable right now with mental health needs, that are going through COVID, that are going to these hospitals for safety and care, should not be exposed to more violence. So please consider reimagining how the hospitals are imposing public safety right now. In terms of agenda item 6, thank you so much, Supervisors Kuehl and Ridley Thomas, for prioritizing access to housing during this time. Los Angeles residents, particularly Black and Brown residents and low-income residents, have been plagued by housing insecurity for far too long. And now with COVID, these harms are being compounded. But I also urge you to go a step further and be proactive by continuing to extend the eviction moratorium and implementing a rent forgiveness program for low-income people. We have thousands of folks that are on the verge of losing their housing that are just one paycheck away. And we really need to be proactive and not allow folks to continue being on the verge of losing their housing. For agenda item 16, I also reiterate previous comments that access to high-speed internet is a right and will be an effective public safety measure. For agenda item 21, thank you, Supervisor Solis, for standing for workers' rights. the tech industry has been exploiting our folks for far too long, and
Thank you.
opposing
You now have 1 minute
22
to address general public comment. Please begin.
Opposing Proposition 22 is critical in this moment. And in that vein, I also ask the board to take an opposition position to Proposition 25. Again, it is another example of how tech companies are trying to exploit and profit off of working Black and brown people. Proposition 25 would implement algorithmic-based risk assessment instruments which have been proven to be racially biased. It would expand funding for probation, a failed county department, and increase incarceration in LA County. Please take a no position on Prop 25. And then lastly, the report on AB 109 demonstrated how mental health diversion is effective, which is why we should be investing in the Office of Diversion and Reentry. They have an over 86% success rate. Compared to the Sheriff's Department's high failure rate, it's a no-brainer. Dollar for dollar, investing in ODR is the right move. Your return on investment by investing in diversion and care will reap much more benefits in the long term for LA County.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Continue.
Madam Chair, that now concludes the 1 hour of public comment testimony.
Thank you. As you heard, our time for public speakers has ended. I want to thank everybody that called in to speak. If you were unable to provide your comments, you may submit written comments as indicated on the agenda. We will continue to accept all written comments that come in during the meeting, which will become part of the record. We will now hear from Sheriff Villanueva, who requested to address the board on item number 3. Sheriff Villanueva, you will have 5 minutes to address this item.
Good morning, all, and thank you for the opportunity to address. I want to speak on 2 items, items number 55 and items number 33. Item 55 is about a settlement for a class action lawsuit, and it's a $14 million settlement that's going to be paid out of the Sheriff's Department funds. However, the actions that arose the settlement came from during Sheriff Baca's tenure and Sheriff McDonald's. And the point is that in 1999, the former board authorized and delegated authority to the Sheriff's Department to accept SCAP grant funds, and also the both sheriffs, Baca and McDonald, they cooperated with ICE. ICE was in the facilities. They facilitated the transfers of inmates to ICE's custody and accepted the SCAP grant money. A total $122 million over from 2005 to 2018. I rejected the SCAP grant funds, and I was chastised because it was unrealized revenue. I kicked ICE out of the jails, and I banned all transfers of inmates to custody of ICE. And the board followed and made that ban permanent. So I thank you for that. However, the point is, it's, I think, morally indefensible to slap the current Sheriff's Department of 2020 with the mistakes of previous sheriffs and previous boards of supervisors. So that $14 million should be paid out of the general fund, not out of the Sheriff's Department fund, because now we're down to brass tacks. You've defunded the department by hundreds of millions of dollars. The current budget is $105 million. It's actually $145 million is defunded under the current fiscal year. And that was because you gave us back $40 million from the $61 million you had still frozen from the previous fiscal year. So in reality, it's $145 million cut. And on top of that now, we'll go into item number 3. But the point is, we're making decisions here, and we're in triage mode. And while you're defunding the Sheriff's Department, you've increased the county budget overall to $36.7 billion. So this is kind of a very weird moment, where the county budget overall is increasing while the Sheriff's Department budget is decreasing. And there's no fat left to trim everywhere. Everything we do, we're going to be consolidating. We're going to be shifting funds where we can to make sure we're affording essential services, and we're providing those to the communities. So going to item number 3 now, shifting to item number 3, we're not have to close South facility, which seems to be what the push is for the board, where the CEO is frozen all these hundreds, if not over 1,000 positions are in custody facility. So we close South facility. That means we have to move 700 inmates from South, and we have to push them into other facilities, which is going to increase the COVID-19 infection rate. It's going to be created, obviously, more cramped quarters and a lot less opportunity to prevent the spread of this COVID-19 pandemic. So we're actually harming public safety by by item number 3. And so our response to that is now we're picking between lesser evils. So Parks Bureau, unfortunately, is the lesser evil than the other alternatives. So, well, Mr. Ridley Thomas, when you're saying you want to ensure reliable and consistent public safety, you can do that by not defunding public safety, first and foremost. And you want to immediately satisfy the public safety and community policing gap. You've created that gap by defunding the sheriff's department. All right. And I'm going back to 2009. You were part of the board that approved getting rid of the Office of Public Safety and creating the Parks Bureau and then Countywide or County Services Bureau with the Sheriff's Department. And it was a cost-saving measure. We reduced the total number of sworn personnel, and it was a win-win across the board in 2009. Nothing has changed in 2020 except your attitude towards law enforcement. So, Mr. Ridley Thomas, I think you need to heed your own advice from 2009 on that. Now, and I know another part, really gem here is this measure calls for the use of unarmed staff trained in crisis response and violence prevention strategies. Wow. Good luck with that with an armed gang member who wants to shoot people in the park.
Sheriff, can you conclude your remarks, please?
You gave 3 minutes to average John Q. citizen. I think if you can give me 5 minutes, that'd be enough. And
you have 5 minutes. I'm asking you to
yeah, I'm at 4.5, but you're interrupting me. Now let's go to the last but not least on item number 3. And I'm hearing the comments about getting deputies and law enforcement out of the hospital as well. We're going to have a lot to say about that tomorrow, about the shooting that took place at Harvard General. And it was a scene out of The Shining with Jack Nicholson. So we're going to give all the details tomorrow so you can make a decision for yourself on the wisdom of having law enforcement in hospitals. So thank you for your time.
Madam Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda items that we will be voting on.
The following items are before you. Item 1D, 2D, 1F, 1P, 1 through 2, 4 through 7, 8 as amended, 9 through 17, 20, 23 through 28, 30 through 35, 37 through 44, 46 through 58, 59A, 59B, 59C, 59F, 59G, 59H, and 62.
Moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Solis. Without objection, Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas?
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. So I'm going to give you the order for today, and it's going to begin. We're going to begin with the set matter, item S1, then items 3, 18, 19, 21, 22, 36, 45, 59D, 59E, and finishing with item 59I. So we will begin with the set matter on the public health order. This is a public opportunity to hear the discussion with the board regarding the closures and pandemic trends. With that, we've got Dr. Ferrer and Dr. Davis, our county health officer, and Dr. Ferrer, the director of public health, who will be available for questions. Dr. Ferrer, would you like to open up with a brief update?
Yeah, good morning, and thank you so much, Supervisor Barger, and to all the supervisors. I'll provide an update in sort of 4 different areas. First, I'll just start with information about our tier status. As everyone knows, today at noon, the state will announce, as they do every week, the new county metrics that really sort of govern our ability to have options for different kinds of reopenings in different sectors. We are in the purple tier, that is tier 1. That's the most restrictive tier. We're primarily in tier 1 because our case rate is still higher than the state would like it to be, and it's at a rate that indicates we still have a lot of community transmission. They calculate the rate that you need to be at about 7 new cases a day per 100,000 residents. That for us would be about 700 cases a day. we've not been able to hit that mark yet. Since the state is always delayed by 10 days what they're reporting, we've already seen our case data for the week that they will be reporting on this week, and we don't anticipate that our case rate will have dropped to close to 700 new cases a day. So we anticipate we will remain in purple today. And again, that really means that our options for reopening will remain limited to those options that are available in Tier 1. That's a good segue to where are we on the reopenings. As everyone knows, we had a fair number of reopenings that happened last week. That included our hair salons and barbershops, indoor malls, nail salons, and card rooms. I'm pleased to report that our inspectors were out. They visited over 326 hair salons. They visited 20 of the indoor malls already, 233 nail salons, and all of the card rooms. And there was relatively high compliance across the board. Out of the 7 card rooms, there are 2 card rooms that some issues were noted, and they'll be revisited this week, but we anticipate that they will be able to come into full compliance. And all of the other sites really remarkably high compliance with the distancing requirements, the masking requirements, and making sure that there was plenty of infection control as appropriate for each of those settings. So we want to thank the businesses that are doing such a great job as they're reopening and coming into compliance. We will, of course, continue our inspections, and we're, of course, available to all businesses that are open or thinking about reopening to help make sure that they get the support they need from us to be able to adhere to the health officer orders. In terms of schools, as everyone knows, the waiver program opened last week. As of the end of the day Friday, we had received, I believe, 59 waiver applications. Of those waiver applications, only 3 were complete and could get fully processed. But of course, we're helping all of the remaining schools complete their applications so that we can move that process forward. We will be conferring with the state around the completed applications for, again, trying to move as quickly as possible to approve applications that are complete and that the state agrees with us meet the required conditions for reopening. So that is, in fact, moving along. And we anticipate receiving additional applications this week as well. We also have opened under the state's allowance in Tier 1 for all schools to reopen for specific services that are needed by high-need students. We now have 837 schools that have reopened across the county. There's almost 18,000 students that are back into in-person support at their school buildings, and almost 11,000 staff that are serving those students. 72% of the schools that have reopened for high-need students are public schools, 15% are charter schools, and 13% are parochial and private schools. We've currently already conducted 336 site visits and have scheduled an additional 227 site visits. As I noted earlier, every school that's reopened, and this will also include schools that are reopening under the waivers, will be visited by our technical assistance team, and will also be making phone contact with folks so that they have an easy way of conferring with us. 88% of the schools that were visited already scored high in terms of compliance. So again, huge thanks to all the school administrators and teachers, staff, families, students for such high compliance. That's quite remarkable for just at the very beginning of reopenings. 11% of the schools scored sort of in the median range, and only 1% of schools really scored very low on compliance. The most common issues that schools are having around compliance is they are requesting assistance with an exposure management plan. There are some places where physical distancing was not optimal, and there are some places that needed assistance on setting up a better screening process on entry into the building. But all in all, I think our schools are all to be congratulated for doing a superb job on making sure that as they're bringing back students and staff, that they're creating as much safety as possible. And the last thing I wanted to just mention was we had a lot to celebrate this past weekend, and we continue to have other sporting events that may require celebrations going into this week. I want to remind everyone that the teams have worked really hard to create a lot of safety around their being able to play games and to be competitive. We ask that all of you celebrate safely as well. For those of you who were celebrating in conditions that weren't really safe, where you were not wearing your face covering and you were around other people who weren't wearing their face covering, and or you were in close quarters and crowds with people, this would be the time for you to stay out of circulation for 14 days and go and get tested. Those are the situations where there are a lot of exposures. Remember, up to maybe 50% of people may have no symptoms and still be able to infect others. So we're going to ask that if you were participating in any of the celebrations where safety was not being observed, this is a time for you to quarantine yourself for the 14 days and for sure to go and get tested. There were also some protests the last week, and we want to say the same thing. These face coverings and these distancing requirements, we all need to just adopt them in whatever activities we're going to be doing, because it is what keeps other people safe and reduces community transmission. So I'm again, want to really congratulate the businesses and the schools for such high levels of compliance with their reopenings. We are here to be supportive, and with that, supervisors, Dr. Davis and I are prepared to take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Burr. I appreciate the work that you and your team have done to help guide this county through the safe reopening. The county never really saw the serious spikes within our healthcare system, and I even would note that I saw something over the weekend that said hospitalization is actually down, which we were always concerned was going to overwhelm this county and all the counties throughout the state. I just have a question, and just actually two questions. As a whole, we are proud of how diligently Los Angeles County has taken the safety guidance that we have put in place. We've been very strictly locked down since midsummer and have seen our metrics drop. And one of the calls I constantly get, and I'm sure my colleagues get them from constituents as well, is even with the strict shutdown, we have not seen the county qualify for Tier 2 and have seen actually our metrics plateau without any major reopenings, which is under the state guidelines. Can you help the public understand why, even with these lockdowns, we have not qualified for Tier 2? And if you think the governor's metrics is realistic enough that we will really ever qualify for Tier 2?
Yeah, it's such a great question, Supervisor Barger, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about, in these larger jurisdictions, what else can we do to drive down the case rate? I mean, I will say that there's still a fair amount of control that we each have as individuals that would be helpful in a pandemic for us to take some steps that could, in fact, continue to drive down the rate. I mean, we've plateaued, but we've plateaued at a rate that's too high. We do need to come down. And I want to note that while it seems super hard to come down, because I know, our businesses are being more compliant, each of us in our own daily lives is taking risks. I mean, that's the only way that you can actually get about during a pandemic. And we can each probably do a better job sort of managing our own exposures. By that I mean, this is beyond just sort of wearing your face covering and keeping your distance. This also means if I'm going to work and I have to go shopping, I probably don't need the dinner event with friends. Or if I'm, a member of a singing group. I really need to be careful about how we're practicing. We've told people, singing indoors, not a great idea at all during a pandemic. But I think these smaller decisions that we're making, our children are child care, do they really need their play dates? It's how many exposures do you want to have each day? Do you want your family to have each day? And how many other people do you need to expose? Like, we just are still in that space where we're going to have to be super careful about how much risk we're assuming and how much risk, therefore, others around us might be exposed to. But I also do want to say that there's always room for improvement, even within our businesses. While the places we're inspecting are in high compliance, we still have, as you all know, outbreaks at some of our larger manufacturing plants, and we've had outbreaks at some of our smaller textile plants. We've had outbreaks at some of our congregate living sites. So there is still work that we need to do, even within our businesses, about making sure that as we're identifying cases of people that may be positive, we're quickly notifying the health department. We're able to get there and find out who else may have been exposed. That quarantine and isolation, as annoying as it is for people, particularly if they don't have symptoms, is at the heart and soul of what we're able to do. And I do want to hold out hope. So I'm going to use New York City as an example. They had case rates way higher than what we've ever seen here in LA County, and their case rates are very low right now. So I do think that it's possible, even if you're a very large jurisdiction, to get your case rates down. But I know how frustrating it is because so many people are doing their very best to reduce their exposures and to reduce community transmission, and we just haven't gotten there yet. I do think we can get there, but we're going to need to double down in terms of our own personal choices. And for those businesses that have not yet come into compliance, we really need them to come into compliance. I don't know, Dr. Davis, if you wanted to.
No, I don't have anything else to add to that. I think you said it best. Thank you.
So I guess the short answer in terms of the governor's metrics and whether it's realistic that we will ever qualify for tier 2, you're saying yes if we continue to withhold going to events and really focus on safer at home.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct, Supervisor Barger, and I love the way you said it. We are still safer at home. I'm so sorry about that. But that is our reality. We're safer with just people from our household and just doing those things that are still absolutely necessary. And, for everyone who is tired of this, we share the frustration, but unfortunately, this virus is here to stay for a while, and we're going to have to get used to, living our lives with a different set of rules. And that's the only way we get to tier 2. I mean, it just really is at this point. The only way we get to tier 2 is to really double down. We know what works. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen these safer reopenings.
But I think, Dr. Burr, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think the frustration then is if we get to tier 2, that means more things open. But what we're telling people is they should stay at home. So it's almost like we contradict, because on one hand, we want to get to tier 2 so that we can try to begin to open the economy. But at the same time, we're saying the only way we're going to get to tier 2 is by not going out and doing things that otherwise might seem normal.
I'm not sure that's the exact message, because the one of the issues that's really driving outbreaks for us, the smaller outbreaks, are these personal gatherings that people are having. They don't really stimulate the economy. Parties with 50 people where no one's wearing a face covering, and people are eating and drinking for hours on end, some of that happening indoors. That's not really stimulating the economy. When you go to a store, you wear your face covering, you use your hand sanitizer, you respect the workers there who are directing you to not congregate and not crowd. And you go in and out and you do your errand. That allows you to, in fact, support workers at their jobs, but you're doing it in a way that's as safe as possible. And that's really why I wanted to compliment all of the places that have reopened, because unlike what we saw early on, back in June and July, where when we did our compliance checks, we had less than 50% of businesses compliant. We have 90% plus businesses compliant. And then it makes it safer for people to, in fact, engage in these limited activities because people are doing it as safely as possible. I think there are some activities that, we may be engaging in, they're not essential, and they're creating a lot of risk and a lot of spread.
Got it. So given that we are more than a month behind in reopening around other California counties surrounding us, give or take a month, have we been able to analyze the impact of reopenings on the county's data? Our analysis has shown limited increases in other urban counties that have reopened. What has public health observed as far as spikes in cases related to those reopening in the sectors in our surrounding counties?
Yeah. So, the set of reopenings that happened on the 2nd of September when hair salons went in, and then we had a couple of other reopenings sort of at the end of September, we have seen a little bit of an increase in work site outbreaks from at the beginning of October till now. And so, we're going to watch that super carefully and try to figure out at which sites we're having some increases. But these are outbreaks, not cases. So, my sense is if you look at our cases, we had a slight increase. Again, same thing at the beginning of October. We're going to have to watch super carefully what's happening to see whether or not, we're going to see anything like what we saw with the other reopenings. We have to wait 2 weeks out. We're not quite 2 weeks out from anything except the hair salons reopening. So we'll need to wait a little bit, Supervisor, to see what our case rate looks like. But I can say that outbreaks at work sites in general increased slightly from a low. They came way, way down by the end of September, and they've just started a small creep up that we're going to watch very carefully.
You mean in the surrounding counties?
Oh, I don't know. In the surrounding counties.
Well, so my question really does center around the fact that early on we wanted to align with the state because surrounding counties were opening and we were staying closed, and I was just basically curious to know if in other counties that have been allowed to go to a different tier, if we're seeing a spike as a result of those counties opening, or any impact on this county because people leave to go there to get their services and then come back.
I don't know that we have detail in terms of whether or not someone was in another county or somebody from another county visited a person who had diagnosed with COVID-19. But I will say that the other counties were generally in a different place in terms of where they started. We have always been, at least in terms of our surrounding counties, on the higher end of cases. So we have been in the more restrictive tier for a longer period of time. And I can check with them, but otherwise they've had very different experiences in terms of the virus, in terms of where they started.
Okay, Supervisor Solis and then Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Ferrer and Davis and Dr. Galley for all the work that you've been doing and your entire staff. I just had a couple of questions. You mentioned earlier about the card clubs. You mentioned there are 7 and 2 are not compliant. Can you tell us who they are and what the issues are?
I believe that Commerce Casino and the Bicycle, I call it the Bicycle Casino, but I think they have a different last name.
Bell Gardens, in Bell Gardens.
And Bicycle were the 2 casinos where there were issues. I think for both of them, they misinterpreted what constitutes being outdoors. So I think these are things that are fairly easily fixed. Mm-hmm. I think they were confused about whether, like outdoors, if they had something that, had 3 walls, but 1 wall open, that would qualify them for being outdoors. It doesn't. This is the state's rule. You do have to have 3 sides open. So that was one of the bigger issues was just, if you don't have that, it's not really considered outdoors because there's not enough air circulating. I think in both there are either site visits today or tomorrow for them to come into full compliance. But there was no, what I do want to say is, again, didn't really understand exactly what being outdoors meant. Once it was explained, there's a willingness on the part of both those casinos to quickly come into compliance.
Okay, great. Good. That's good clarification. The other question I had was regarding fast food industry, and in particular complaints that we've received. I know later on we're going to talk about an item that I have regarding a fast food franchise, and was wondering if you could elaborate at all on what we're seeing with some of the local fast food industries, compliance. What kinds of things are we seeing? Are we getting calls, anonymous calls, or are employees reluctant to come forward? Or what's the situation there?
Yeah, thanks so much, Supervisor. I do know of a recent complaint around a McDonald's that our team went out and investigated last week and did a training actually for all of the staff and managers there so that they could come into compliance. And there was no active outbreak there. Remember, an outbreak requires 3 cases over 14 days. It doesn't mean that there haven't been positive cases. They just weren't 3 positive cases over a 14-day period. And I do appreciate what you're saying. We are very concerned that workers, particularly workers who are getting lower wages, may be very concerned about reporting to us. So I just want to emphasize that people can call us anonymously and report violations or concerns with their workplace's ability to adhere to the health officer order. That is the only way we get in early. So I'm going to, I'd really like to encourage the general public, whether you're a customer or you're a worker, if you see something egregious and this cannot be right, I see people without masks, there's no social distancing here, I went into the bathroom, there's no soap, there's no paper towels, this is dirty. You should call us because we get in front of an outbreak that way. If you don't, the only way we know that something's often wrong at a work site is when there is an outbreak. We'd rather not have to go in after there are 3 or more cases and actually get in earlier when people realize, I don't think this workplace is fully compliant with the health officer directives. So we appreciate that, people are scared, but we want to remind folks that you can report to us anonymously, and we'll never know your name, and we'll still go ahead and follow up on that complaint.
Do you get any calls that people have been retaliated against because they have reported and may have lost their job? You're getting any of that, and what's the procedure if that does happen? Do we make a referral? Do you make a referral to, say, our Consumer and Business Affairs?
I think we direct, if people call our hotline with a retaliation complaint, we probably don't even collect their identifying information. We just connect them right away to the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs, where we know that they're well positioned to be able to manage that. So I wouldn't want to say that there's been no retaliation, but we don't know of any. And what we certainly haven't heard of is on our outbreak investigations, which is where it might come up for us, because we spend a fair amount of time at some work sites. We haven't heard of any workers telling us that they're being retaliated against because conditions were difficult at their site, so difficult that there was an outbreak. It hasn't come to us that way, but I don't want to say that means it's not happening, because I'm sure that's not true either.
Okay, so I guess at one point to the board and to the chair is that this is something I think I would also like to have a report back on when we have, our discussions regarding our public health order. What can Consumer and Business Affairs add so that we understand what's really taking place on the ground? And it could help us as we move forward on our public health councils that you're also going to be coming forward with, Dr. Ferrer.
Yes.
I think that could be very useful for some of us to look at as well. And I would just say that. And overall, I just want to say to DHS, I want to thank Dr. Galley also for allowing to bring on-site testing to a senior living home in East LA known as La Posada. We get a lot of calls sometimes, and I imagine some of our other board offices do, where seniors aren't able to come to any healthcare or testing site, but that we can also arrange to have testing done for low-income seniors that often don't have access to come to our centers. So I want to thank DHS and want to thank your office too for helping us get the testing and all that needs to be done there. And just one last comment or question, actually, Dr. Ferrer, is how are we doing since we are moving in the direction of opening up our public schools? What are you seeing in terms of compliance with respect to teachers' attestation in allowing for our public schools and other schools to open? How is that going at this point?
Yeah, so for the waiver program, as I noted, we have slightly less than 60 waiver applications that were submitted. And one of the main reasons why the waiver applications aren't complete is we don't have the appropriate letters of support. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's not that there isn't support, it's just that, for example, there's a union that represents the teachers and or the staff, and the letter didn't come from the union, it came from a staff person. So attesting to it, but now we absolutely need it to note that it's from the union because that's one of the requirements. But that does seem to still be an issue on reopening schools in general, is having teachers and staff, and I think parents, frankly, feel like there's enough safety in place at the schools that it's not going to be of high risk to people who are coming back into the buildings. I'm really hopeful that, as we work so closely with hundreds of schools now on putting in place all of the safety measures, and we have this high compliance, over the next few weeks, we'll have enough evidence, I think, to say that this can be done with a lot of safety, and that may give teachers and staff and parents more confidence that you can, in fact, open schools and get students back into classrooms for some much-needed in-person instruction without it creating lots of outbreaks and lots of transmission that then goes back into the community. But we are going to have to continue to work closely to make sure that that is what happens at our schools.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Davis and Dr. Farrar, for this presentation. Again, thank you to the chair for making this a set item in public every time we meet. I really appreciate that, and I think the public also, again, can benefit from listening to the supervisors debate some of these issues, ask the tough questions, and get the answers publicly. I was going to bring up three things. I think Supervisor Solis sort of talked about the school waivers a little bit, but I was going to bring up breweries, school waivers, and family entertainment centers. And these are the three issues that I think probably my office has gotten the most constituent complaints, comments, questions, confusion about. And I'll start with the breweries, which we know we aligned ourselves with the state and allowed them to reopen as long as they had a third-party food vendor. There has been some concern about us putting a little bit stricter requirement in terms of reservations than the state does, and we're asking for a 24-hour reservation, 24 hours ahead of when you would go, making a reservation with the brewery or the winery. And just wanted to know if you can explain the reasoning behind requiring reservations 24 hours in advance. Is this about contact tracing? Is this about limiting the number of people that go to this brewery? Just kind of want to know what the thinking is behind it so we can pass that message on.
Sure. Thanks so much, Supervisor. So I just want to note that the motion did call for us to look at, including reservations along with, a set of other requirements for us to be able to put in place. And I think you're absolutely right that the reason that reservations are helpful is it does allow for making sure that we not only know everybody who's there and have some contact information in case we would need to contact people if there were cases identified at sites, but it does allow for there to be a more
Go ahead, Dr. Ferrer.
What happened just there?
Okay. Sorry. Am I there? Am I back?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think you're right. It is about ensuring physical distancing and capacity limitations, not having a lot of overcrowding as people come and wait around to get into a brewery. And again, it allows us to do some contact tracing. But I'll also ask Dr. Davis to chime in about, how really what we're trying to do is make sure that these reopenings create at the sites, at the breweries, an atmosphere that is more akin to what we see in our restaurants.
Right, and let me just, before Dr. Davis talks, I know our motion also talked about aligning with the state, and maybe you can also tell us what the state requires in terms of reservations. Do they suggest it? Do they require it? What does the state exactly say about this?
I would have to go and look up the state guidance because I don't have it. I don't have it in front of me, and I don't recall. I mean, a lot of what they do is make recommendations as opposed to requirements. I don't know, Dr. Davis. Yeah, I don't think either of us recall exactly what they're either recommending. I don't think they're requiring reservations. I think we were again, anxious with the motion to put in place the additional safety measures, which I think are appropriate.
Is Dr. Davis going to comment on this?
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to go look at it again. I think part of it is, trying to ensure that there's good planning in terms of having the room, the space, the setup to have the parties come in and be distanced in the way that they're required to. In addition to, just allowing for people to know, when they're coming in.
Because we don't require 24-hour reservations at restaurants, correct? And it's kind of the same thing, right? Outdoor eating and drinking.
No, we don't require reservations at restaurants. I think we recommend that there be reservations. We recommend that people collect contact information. I think the difference was one. Okay, sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah, because I think I think if it's contact tracing, I definitely think like a sign-in sheet, and you really want to know who was there. Reservations sometimes, how many people make reservations and don't show up. So then it seems to me to be a little more complicated to go back, and then you would have to sort of double assess a list. Like, did those people really show up? You'd have to cross-check it with if there was a sign-in sheet. It seems to be a sign-in sheet, and then, telling the breweries, obviously, to limit the capacity if that's what we're going for. So then you'd actually know who was there on a particular afternoon or evening, as opposed to sort of guessing, did those people actually show up who made reservations?
Yeah, I think we were just trying to really look at the motion and adhere to the language that was in the motion, Supervisor.
Okay. If we could just revisit that again, they hate beggars can't be choosers, right? I mean, they're really grateful that we're allowing them to reopen. They're just wondering about this 24-hour in advance reservation mandate. They felt it was a little stricter than what we've done to outdoor restaurants. So maybe we can look at that and see if there's common ground there somewhere. So on family entertainment centers, I'm guessing that remind me, it's hard to remember all these what's open, what's not open. Family entertainment centers are not open yet.
They're not open
right.
at this point, but they are permitted to reopen in Tier 1. Again, outdoors.
Okay, so, and we're in Tier 1.
We're in Tier 1, yes.
Right. So I got a call from the local batting cage guy in Torrance, and they're asking batting cages, specifically. I mean, there's a lot. There's miniature golf, there's go-kart racing. I'm just forwarding a constituent who feels like batting cages are outdoor. It's usually only the person and the machine. They can be separate. The cages can be physically distant. You can not rent every cage. People usually show up with their own bats and gloves. So where do you see batting cages in terms of a health risk and the possibility of prioritizing them to open up soon?
Yeah, I think we'd be happy to hear from the board around the prioritization. I think family entertainment centers also include arcades, which is there's a fair amount of worry about the arcades. But I hear you that in some of the more outdoor, less crowded, one person uses equipment. I mean. We could, of course, just take a look, try to draw up some protocols that create some safety for those, and obviously work closely with the board on that.
Yeah, I mean, I would be interested in that. I can't speak for my colleagues. And, and here's the problem. Here's what makes the public go crazy, and I get it, right? It seems like so many times one thing you're okay with, and then we're not okay with another thing. But I think overall, I think you're right. We're still safer at home. We still haven't beat this virus. It is still contagious and deadly. And so every little bit that we eke out an opening is, causing a little bit of a risk. But, I appreciated your comments earlier. I'm not sure I'd heard you say that before, that we're really worried about these large gatherings, people not wearing face coverings, parties in backyards. That's what we're really worried about. When we have these businesses, if they can limit capacity, ensure physical distancing, wear face coverings, we're less likely to see higher cases. And, I'll just pontificate here and say, if we had more from the federal government in stimulus money, where we knew people were getting checks who were unemployed, or businesses were getting a lifeline to keep open, I don't think we would be as concerned about reopening certain sectors. But I am worried about businesses. I'm worried about people losing their jobs and becoming part of the homeless count in January. So, I wish we could guarantee everybody that they wouldn't have to worry and that they would have money to pay their rent, to put food on their tables, to sustain their families during this time. But we don't. So then it's left to us here at the county level to balance public health with the economy, which is a really tough position to be in. So thank you for that. And on the school waivers, I think a lot of parents have reached out to my office and said they like the waiver process. Glad they're not feeling like it's going fast enough. They want more schools open. They want more opportunities for kids to go to school. I understand and I supported the making sure that we got support from teachers, staff, and parents. That was something that this board was very, very specific about. But it does seem like that's the unintended consequences is a little inequity between private schools and public schools, and didn't know. I kind of don't want to touch that, but that's probably going to be a lot of the complaints that I continue to get. So are we going to accelerate reopenings of schools once we get this whole waiver situation under control, or what's your sense in terms of timing of our schools?
Well, my hope would be that, in the next few weeks we do get to Tier 2, because I think that really is an equalizer. in terms of opportunities for reopenings. And then we're able to, between now and the time you get to Tier 2, do everything right at the schools that are reopened so that teachers and staff and parents feel like we've actually are creating spaces that are as safe as possible for the people going into those buildings and for all the people that then go back to their families and back out into the community. I think there's a lot of work we can do right now to get ourselves well positioned for being in Tier 2, and then thinking strategically in Tier 2 how to make sure as we're reopening we're able to do so in a way that doesn't overwhelm a school building or a group of administrators, staff, and teachers at that building. And that, that probably means some kind of staggered reopening schedule, not over months, but over some weeks, so that we get everybody back in, but schools have the opportunity to make sure that, they're able to keep the halls clear, they're able to keep students separated from other classes, they're able to manage a lunchroom that doesn't have everybody congregating. I think that there's a lot of logistics there, but again, I'm so much more confident because I think there are two things we're looking at very closely right now as schools are reopening. One is fidelity to the reopening protocols, and the other is how are we doing about managing cases and outbreaks. On the fidelity side, so far it looks very promising. We've only been open for a very short time. We don't really have cases or outbreaks that have had to be managed yet. But I think that's the second thing we all want to see is when there is a case, and there will be cases in schools, it doesn't turn into a massive outbreak where you have hundreds of people that were exposed and everyone is now quarantined. And rapidly it goes from 1 or 2 cases to 30 or 40 cases. So we want to make sure those protocols work to protect everybody from that situation happening. So I do commend all of the school districts and the private schools, parochial schools, and charter schools, because I think they understand that the fidelity to the protocols is what allows us to get both to Tier 2, because we can't have a lot of outbreaks associated with what's going on right now, and allows us to have everybody feel a lot more comfortable that we can do this right, because that's what it is. I mean, I think you were so correct, Supervisor, in noting that one of my concerns is that when we're in places and we're not able to do the distancing and the masking that we know helps, but the other is that as sectors reopen, I think we all need to feel confident that they're going to reopen with fidelity to the protocols. So I'm encouraged on both fronts right now because we just did a lot of reopenings, and it looks like people took much more seriously the obligation to create safer workplaces, and the same thing with schools. So I think we do feel more comfortable that there's a deeper understanding. But as we do the reopenings, we have to continue to be able to rely on each other. I mean, that's what this amounts to. Everyone does have to do their part.
I know, you're right. In fact, when you watched what happened in the NBA and you heard the Lakers giving their testimonies at the victory celebration, it was really all about what you just said. It was this loyalty, this trust, this, from the families and the players and the coaches and the staff. This bubble was trustworthy. It was conscientious. It was an injury to one is an injury to all. It would do no harm. I mean, it was all that. And it would be nice if we were all one big bubble in LA County and we all felt that way about each other. And it's disheartening for me to still be places where you see people who are not complying. So that's true. We need to really pull together on this, come together and do all we can humanly, because it really is up to us. It's our human behavior that will get us to the next tier. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then Supervisor Kuehl wants to talk about it. I just want to follow up on something that Supervisor Hahn was talking about that I'm trying to understand. I pulled the motion that was voted on, and it says, direct the Department of Public Health working in concert with County Council to ensure alignment with the state protocols to safely open breweries and wineries in 1 week. The reopening shall abide by strict safety guidelines, including but not limited to outside operations, limited hours of operation, required reservations, the social distancing, and all appropriate safety measures. The one area that I'm hearing is that the county has put in language that says bona fide meal. And a bona fide meal, as defined by this county, you cannot offer to serve a salad or a sandwich because that's not considered a bona fide meal. And so I'm just curious to know where that language came from, and is that aligned with the state? Because I'm told the state does not have that type of requirement as it relates to even restaurant serving.
Yeah, it is required. Alcohol and beverage control language has what's a bona fide meal. It also says that if it's going to operate, a bar or brewery or winery is going to operate as a restaurant, then the primary service that they offer is a bona fide meal, and the alcohol service is secondary.
All right, so the ABC is the one that defines what a bona fide meal is?
Yes.
Okay. So when we talk about the aligning with state protocols, the requirement that we're mandating for breweries and for wineries aligns with the state as it relates to the food service?
Yes.
Just for breweries.
Yeah.
Just for breweries.
Just for breweries.
Just for breweries. Wineries was actually carved out separate from breweries. Breweries is actually classified in the same grouping. It's breweries, bars, and distilleries. And then it's wineries are a separate group. And for wineries, there's no requirement that they serve a meal for the state.
So I'm just saying, for me, an order of French fries and a little ranch dressing is a bona fide meal if I was sitting there. I'm just saying.
Amen. So I guess what I'm trying to seek then is that in fact we, as a motion directed, it's not aligned with state as it relates to wineries. I didn't know there was a difference between breweries and wineries, but wineries then are really not required to have bona fide. We in fact put that in there.
Yeah.
ABC does not require that.
I don't know. I mean, it was really more the state when it created the tiered system. It actually created for breweries. It actually put them in two different groupings, and it has wineries without a requirement for a meal, and it has breweries, like really what it was is it said for breweries, bars, and distilleries they cannot open. That's actually what the language is. They are prohibited from opening, and then there's a caveat unless they're serving a meal. And the reason for that caveat was the sort of slippery slope between the restaurants that serve alcohol and the bars, breweries, and distilleries that serve food. So they were trying to marry that by, acknowledging that there are some breweries, bars, and distilleries that can serve food. I think we drew the line somewhere differently than the state based on our permitting of restaurants and bars. But with this motion have changed that just for breweries, but because the language in the motion put breweries and wineries together, we made the same exact rules for both breweries and wineries here in LA County.
So and then I'll let I know that Supervisor Q wants to speak, but just for my own clarification then, if a winery in the Antelope Valley, for example, that does not have a kitchen and is not set up because they've never been required to under the current requirements by the county and by the state, by the way, as it relates to food, if now they want to bring in a food truck that's going to serve sandwiches, is that considered a bona fide meal?
Our understanding is if it's yes. I think the issue is if the sandwich is prepared, Dr. Montu, I will clarify, but I think the issue is if the sandwich is prepared at that food truck and is part of the service with the winery, then yes, I think we weren't. I hear what you're all saying is like who determines what your meal is, and some of us a smaller meal is just fine, and it could be a meal.
Yeah, don't be going after my chicken bites.
Okay,
but I think the intent was that it's not snacks.
Okay, that really helps me to better understand a lot, and I really appreciate that. Supervisor Kuehl? Supervisor Kuehl?
I'm sorry, I haven't heard so much talk about wineries and breweries since I went into the program. It was my questions go back to the schools, if I may.
Sure.
Earlier, Dr. Ferrer, you indicated that New York was doing better and they had opened more things up. But I think I recall the New York Times indicating about a week ago that there were hot spots in the schools, and they were looking at closing some sort of specific areas. Do you recall anything out of New York about?
Oh, yeah,
that?
I think that's actually been a fairly common experience is when schools open and there are hotspots that have higher rates of community transmission, it's really inevitable that you'll start seeing cases in the schools. That's one of the reasons why, no schools will open here, for all students until you get into tier 2. Is the state is trying to acknowledge that higher rates of community transmission in the community will lead to more cases in schools. So I think in these hotspot communities where there were significantly higher case rates, would make it easier for there to be transmission in the schools. I think our approach to this has been if you acknowledge that there will be cases in the school and you can make sure that those cases don't turn into large outbreaks in the school, just like we try to do in the businesses, would you be able to then offer more safety with the reopening? I don't know of any other large district as large as ours, a large jurisdiction, that's putting as much technical assistance in from the health department side into helping the schools, because we think a lot's at stake here. And we've redeployed 100 people to really provide technical assistance to schools, because what we're hoping is that even if we have now what we have, which is higher rates of community transmission, if we have good management in the schools and good adherence to the protocols, maybe those cases would never turn into these large outbreaks that then both force the closing of the school, which is what you've seen in New York City and in other places, and also then feeds back, unfortunately, to more community transmission in the surrounding communities. So we have to try to do this right, I think, for it to work for all of us.
Yeah, what I've noticed is that we were looking at Western Europe for quite a while because they had really done a lot with shutdowns and pretty strict requirements, and then slowly opened up. And as I saw a report, I think CNN had all of their correspondents from Paris, Berlin, London, and Madrid. All of them have seen increases in their cases, in some cases worrisome increases where the hospitals are somewhat overrun. And I guess the real issue for us is, as you've indicated and my colleagues have indicated, kind of the level of compliance, because everywhere, virtually everywhere in the world and in this country where more things have opened up, where they've gone to indoor dining because they had a low case level, cases started going up again. And I think that's a heavy responsibility for us to explain that even though we have brought cases down, we have brought cases down by how stringent our requirements have been. And it is the case that if we want to keep them down, we have to continue to adhere to some kind of stringent requirements. So I'm interested in what we're learning. First of all, from opening, as you indicated, over 800 schools open to serve special needs students. And over 70% of those were public schools, which I find very heartening. So it would be very good for us to understand what the history is as we go along of those schools that have opened, because that's the best indicator. If they're compliant, the kids are there, some teachers are there. It's only 10% of their population, but it would be good for us to understand. And then as we grant waivers, for us to also see what specifically happens in the individual schools. My colleagues have also asked about counties around us, and I think that would also be a good indicator if we can find their numbers to hear about maybe next week.
Sure.
Because I know 2 smaller counties have been dropped down into a higher tier, a lower number, because they were allowed to reopen and suddenly they're in the higher tier because they have more cases. So I think it will help us to know from experience what we're looking at here. And I would appreciate that if you can,
sure, of course,
in our next report. Thank you very much.
Yes, of course.
Thank you for the great work you're doing, you and your staffs. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other supervisor wishes to speak on this item, I want to thank you, Dr. Ferrer, Dr. Davis, and to be continued. I hope our numbers come in strong today, and strong meaning low.
Thank you.
So item S1 is before us. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Hahn, to receive and file the report. If there are no objections, that will be the order. Now we are going to go on to item number 3, which was held by Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Supervisor Ridley Thomas, the floor is yours.
We thank you very much, Madam Chair and colleagues. Supervisor Hahn, we appreciate your co-authorship of this motion. And I also want to thank the stakeholders who have advocated for this new vision for park safety. Parks, as we all know, enhance the quality of life of millions of county residents who would not otherwise have access to green space. Madam Chair, I would like to just simply say investing in these assets and the programming that occurs within these spaces must be a critical part of our approach to promoting what I would argue to be an anti-racist and more equitable Los Angeles County. And that framework that we unanimously adopted continues to push us toward doing what we consider to be the appropriate thing, the right thing, those things that make for a higher quality of life for our respective constituencies. Unfortunately, the pandemic and its financial repercussions have forced us to make difficult cuts at the parks, as is the case across the board. Programming staff has been reduced and funding is not secure for ongoing pool operations and programming for the current fiscal year. I hope in the months to come the board will reconsider this as things continue to evolve. But for the time being, these services have to be understood as a critical part of the physical and mental health well-being for families we serve. After all, the services are free, people are financially strapped, and these are public assets that should be public-facing, public-serving, and we should never, ever allow ourselves to be unmindful of that. But at the same time, we also acknowledge the importance of delivering these services in a safe and trauma-informed manner. Given the sheriff's recent decision to curtail the Parks Services Bureau entirely, there is an immediate need to put a strategy in place so our parks can remain safe for the communities in which they are located and for which they are intended to serve, again, to elevate the quality of life of park stakeholders and the environment more broadly speaking. Madam Chair and colleagues, I suspect it's important to say that it becomes increasingly of a concern that youth programming has not been the priority for the sheriff that it should be. May I offer an illustration? In the community known as Athens, in a state of tumult crisis, trauma after a recent sheriff officer involved a shooting. That same community, the sheriff made the decision to close the Youth Activity League. That facility is located on South Vermont Avenue. And during a time when the community is hurting due to the pandemic, due to ongoing social inequities, the YAL was a potential location to create bonds between the community and law enforcement. That potential was why over the past several years, we've overseen a $3.4 million investment in that facility. Now, Madam Chair and colleagues, when my office learned that the sheriff was closing the facility, we immediately reached out in coordination with the Parks Department to seek access in order to resume programming. Unfortunately, the Sheriff's Department refused to provide access to the space, claiming programming would resume. The question we pose is when and why the delay. Parents need relief, children need activity. Weeks later, the site remains closed to that community. And in light of this approach to the community engagement and his overt threat essentially to defund the Parks Bureau, we see what the sheriff's priorities really are. But we should use this as an opportunity to reimagine park safety, to incorporate alternative crisis responses and invite community input. We want park safety to be enhanced. And I appreciate the Department of Parks and Recreation leaning into this work in order to live up to their motto and to ensure that parks continue to, and I quote, make life better. Madam Chair and colleagues, this is critically important. And I want to make sure that we are attending to every aspect of what our respective departments can do collaboratively. It should not be the case that in any instance in which we seek to balance our budget across the board fairly, equitably, and the like, that the Sheriff's Department comes forward and seeks to hold hostage any aspect of the work that needs to be done to ensure and promote public safety. The initial round was to say, well, I'll just close sheriff stations in Altadena and in Marina. And now it's essentially we're going to leverage you by essentially saying that we will curtail services in the Parks Public Safety Program. I think that's the kind of intimidation tactics, irresponsible behavior that causes too much of this department under this sheriff to be in the shape that it's in, and we will not take that intimidation lightly. We are not to be made afraid by any such efforts. We are simply trying to dispatch our duties in the responsible way that we've taken an oath to uphold. That's what's at stake here. And while the sheriff spends time poking at board members when afforded the opportunity on public comment by asserting that we're defunding the sheriff's department, I wish to suggest that he shouldn't seek to defund the youth activity leagues. These youngsters, these children, some of whom aspire to be law enforcement personnel themselves, need every opportunity that they can to have positive interaction in the context of their own communities, with tutorials, with physical activity, with interfacing with those men and women of the department who want to be investors rather than warriors in the community. And therefore, it seems to me that we have an obligation to move forward with the motion at hand. Madam Chair, I have a few questions that I would wish to pose to our Chief Executive Officer, with your permission, to clarify a couple of matters that I think deserve such attention. May I proceed?
Yes, you may. And then Supervisor Hahn wants to say some words.
All right.
what is your, because I think I have some remarks too, but it's up to you, Supervisor Really Thomas, if you want the CEO to respond first.
Let me put the questions out there, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, sir.
I think it's factual that the YLs are defunded across the county over the past couple of years. So this is not a matter that's focused exclusively on the 2nd District, and I want to clarify that point. Question 2 of the CEO is, what's your understanding of the department that is a proposal? Second question is, by what authority can the sheriff redeploy staff as represented? And the third question is, if we talk about curtailments, did all county departments, including the sheriff's department, submit a curtailment plan to help close the projected budget gap for 2021? And finally, did your office figure out a way to help avoid layoffs? Those are the questions that I want to pose, Madam Chair, and I leave it to you to determine when they can be answered.
No, I think those are good questions, and Fiza, if you want to provide the answers, and then we'll go to Supervisor Khan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. So on the question of the understanding of the proposal, as we understand it, the Sheriff's Department seeks to redeploy 107 sworn and 51 civilian personnel from the Parks Bureau to the custody operations. I think the important point there is they're not just proposing to transfer staff, but it is the funding and the appropriation behind that staff that is also being proposed to be transferred between those two budget units. On the issue of authority, so our office has worked closely with County Council, and the legal research reveals that it's well settled in the law that your board has the authority to set the budget for the county departments, determine the number of staffing positions in each department, and you also you have the authority to create budget units within each department. The reason why that's important is because what the Sheriff's Department is proposing to do is to transfer the staff and the funding, the appropriation from one budget unit to another budget unit. And in the eyes of the law, the Sheriff's Department lacks that authority. That authority, in fact, rests with your board, and your board would have to take some sort of budgetary action to authorize that transfer between staff from the Parks Bureau to the custody operations. On the issue of curtailments and the countywide curtailments that the CEO's office required of each department, you may require that back in June, we were projecting a $935 million deficit. And the answer to the question is yes. We required each department to submit a budget curtailment exercise, and each department in the county submitted that, including the Sheriff's Department, and those curtailment plans were implemented and acted upon by the board when we did the final changes budget in June of 2020. And then I think the last question, so part of those curtailment exercises required the elimination of funding for services, funding for supplies, and funding of positions. Some of those positions were filled and some of those positions were vacant. And so what that would have resulted in is essentially layoffs. I think we were looking at the time at about 655 layoffs. As to the final question, I believe related to layoffs, Supervisor, we were able to mitigate all layoffs within all county departments that would have experienced them. And that includes avoiding and mitigating layoffs within the Sheriff's Department. So I'll go ahead and conclude my answers there to see if there are any clarifications or follow-up.
Madam Chair, that satisfies my concerns for right now.
Thank you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas, for inviting me to co-author this motion. It's clear our parks are such an important part of our county. Parks make life better. And during a time like this, when we're living through 2020 and it's so uncertain and home has become the majority of hours that we spend, parks are now more important than ever. And it's true. We need to make sure that our parks stay accessible to all of our residents, and we need to make sure that they're safe. There was a time not too long ago when our parks were unfortunately not always the safest place to be. So in 2009, the county reimagined security in the parks and created this Parks Bureau. Our sheriff's deputies at the Parks Bureau have done an amazing job keeping our parks safe over the last decade, and we thank them for this. In fact, our director, Norma Garcia of our parks, has had a really good working relationship with the captains and the deputies that have been in the Parks Bureau. But we have another opportunity now to reimagine the way we keep our parks safe. LA County has changed a lot over the last decade, and maybe there's a better and more efficient way to do things than the status quo. I see this motion as an opportunity to look at that. Maybe we can shift the Parks Bureau model to more of a contract model, with the funds staying with the Parks Department instead of the Sheriff's Department. Maybe we can implement a community policing model to work alongside our Sheriff's Department. And maybe we can train unarmed park staff to respond to non-emergency incidents. These are some options that we're asking our CEO to explore in their report back. Public safety is certainly our priority, and it's our job to make sure that our parks stay safe for everyone. But public safety looks different to different stakeholders. And I look forward to seeing the options provided in the report back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. So, I just have to say, when the sheriff announced as part of his budget that he was eliminating the Parks Bureau, this was done without discussions with Parks and Rec Department or the Board of Supervisors, which allocates the funds for the Parks Bureau. The sheriff failed to recognize that eliminating Parks Bureau means that over $23 million will be reallocated out of his budget to the Parks and Rec Department to contract for public safety services. Unlike patrol services in our unincorporated areas, public safety services in our parks can be provided outside of LASD. In fact, the Office of Public Safety, also known as OPS, used to provide law enforcement services in our parks. The board dissolved OPS and transferred that function to the Sheriff's Department, in part because the board recognized the need to professionalize and enhance public safety at our parks. I was disappointed with the sheriff's action because I have seen firsthand how vital the sheriff is at our parks and is truly appreciated within the community. The work of our deputies truly is a type of community policing model that we want. The result of his announcement gives this board no choice but to review how public safety is provided in our parks. I'm going to support this report back today based on the fact that the directives call for looking into a third party only if necessary. My hope is that the report will recommend that we continue to work with the current structure in partnership with the Sheriff's Department if the sheriff will work with this board and with the Parks Department. The Parks Bureau personnel have a good reputation within our communities, and I do not believe it is wise to make long-term changes based on current personalities. We all agree on this board that reliable and consistent public safety within our county parks is paramount. Again, I will be supporting this report back, but with plenty of reservations, as I believe the Parks Bureau is doing an incredible job and is quite frankly being used as a pawn by this sheriff, which is a disservice to the men and women within the Parks Bureau and within our communities. Thank you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas and Hahn, for bringing this timely motion before us today. As a Board of Supervisors, we are responsible for the county 10 million residents, ensuring that needs are met, utilities, buildings, facilities are maintained, and that we keep our communities safe. And public safety is also a part of our duties and a priority, I know, for all of us. A couple of weeks ago, I voted to adopt our county supplemental budget that was specially curated by the acting CEO and team. This took a lot of time and effort to ensure that despite a global pandemic and economic crisis, our county continues to provide vital services and programs to our residents, which included saving all of our employees from a layoff. Parks Service Bureau, a Sheriff's Department unit that is supposed to keep residents and staff safe, was one of the many sheriff units that we as a board saved, despite the sheriff deciding to cut it, which also meant laying off the deputies who work in that bureau. Parks are particularly important to me as they are spaces where residents can spend time alone and with friends and family, engage in self-care, meditation, and mental health. And it's also a place where the county provides services to our youth, especially those at risk, like Parks After Dark. I also use my own discretionary funding to fund sheriff deputies to patrol parks in my own district. The situation that is currently before us is that the funding we set aside that would provide security and safety in the parks is being threatened by the sheriff to be used not for parks, which is completely against the board's budgetary priorities. This motion calls for a report back that would include options for the board to act to ensure that public safety is maintained in our county's parks, including the option of transferring $23 million out of his budget and directly into the Department of Parks and Recreation to ensure that that occurs. But beyond that, as the board continues along the Care First Jail Last path, a thoughtful discussion and plan on redefining and reimagining public safety in parks, I think, is necessary. Just as we're moving forward with alternatives to 911 and other non-law enforcement responses, the same can be said about how our parks are policed. Looking at a different public safety model that promotes crisis response and violence prevention strategies and models through a non-law enforcement means and through the use of unarmed staff align with how this board envisions safety and health for our communities. Parks are and should be safe places, and it's our responsibility to maintain that space. So I look forward to receiving a report back on this item. But I do want to clarify something if I might. You know, the sheriff spoke to us earlier regarding this item. I want to clarify that the sheriff's department was not the only department in the county that had to deal with curtailments. All of the departments did. But despite this, the board decided to ensure that there were no layoffs this fiscal year, including layoffs in his own department. We saved numerous programs and units that the sheriff wanted to cut, such as the Parks Bureau, Special Victims Bureau, the MET teams, and the host teams, and even providing one-time funding of $40 million to the sheriff's department to avoid an additional 100-plus layoffs. It's naive for the sheriff to think that public safety is only his responsibility when it is also ours, and we do take this very seriously. In fact, this motion is before us because there is a risk that safety services won't be provided consistently in our county parks, despite the board funding this bureau during our supplemental budget. My Men's Central Jail closure motion will be assessing the actual staffing ratios and levels that are needed to comply with the settlement agreements in the jail. We need to take all factors into consideration, such as the lower jail populations, the county's commitment to keep the jail population low, and our build-out of an ATI infrastructure in the community. The alleged impact in custody the sheriff states will occur are decisions that he is choosing to make to take custody deputies out of the Access to Care Bureau, HOH, and food services. Though the sheriff says that staffing is an issue in custody, the biggest issue and concern that countless oversight bodies, including the Civilians Commission on Jail Violence, brought forward was that there is a culture of violence in the jails brought about by custody staff and the failure of leadership to address these concerns swiftly and appropriately, which was reinforced by the Rosas lawsuit and the DOJ consent decree. Finally, the sheriff, to say that the county ended with the surplus is misleading. We're still dealing with the $661 million deficit. We had to tap into our reserves for one-time funding to ensure we continue to provide services to our 10 million residents, and we're still dealing with the global pandemic that continues to kill Angelenos. And we're still dealing with an economic crisis as evidenced by thousands of businesses who are struggling and residents who can't pay their bills. We still have incredible needs in our community. So I would like to ask the following. We had a letter that was sent to us this morning by the sheriff. The letter doesn't take into account the fact that the inmate population has been significantly reduced in the jails as a result of COVID, and therefore less staffing is needed to satisfy the terms of the consent decree. And I have many questions that I would want to address to County Council if they can also help to respond to some of these issues that have been raised in this letter that all the board offices received right before this meeting. If I can have County Council on, would appreciate it. That's possible.
Mary Wickham's here. Hello?
Yes. So, Mary, County Council, I wanted to ask the fact that the letter that was sent to us, can you talk us through some of the items that were brought up there that were raised that I think are misleading?
Yes, Supervisor. Thank you for the question. I mean, as you pointed out, number one, the letter doesn't take into account the fact that the inmate population has been reduced as a result of COVID, and therefore less staffing is needed overall to run the jails. Second, the sheriff seems to be making the point that the staffing issue is significant and that he cannot comply with the various requirements of consent decrees because of the budget proposal. It will impact staffing, and that's just not accurate. Our most recent reports from the various court monitors has overall suggested that we're in compliance with the requirements of the consent decrees. Mm-hmm. And as to staffing, the proposed budget plan impact to staffing is not new. In other words, staffing was always an issue for the sheriff as it pertained to compliance with consent decree requirements. The proposed budget plan does not create a new scenario. And that, coupled with the fact that overall inmate population is now reduced, one would draw the conclusion that deputy sheriff staffing likewise could be reduced in the jail setting. So the sheriff seems to be making an issue out of something conveniently that in fact the facts just don't support. Those are the points I think that come to mind.
And has the sheriff actually identified for us the actual custody staffing levels in the jail?
Great question. No, County Council, the CEO, we have repeatedly asked the sheriff for those numbers. We have not been given those numbers, so much so that the CEO has had to bring in a consultant outside of the sheriff's department, and we're expecting a report back from the consultant, I think, in June 21, with the hope that that consultant can identify the numbers, although even there, it's uncertain because we need cooperation from the sheriff, really, in order to verify the staffing levels in the jails.
Thank you very much, County Council, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to ask these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. And, I was sitting here and I am told that when you become a captain, you're required to understand how to balance your budget. So I would highly suggest that the sheriff talk to his captains to better understand the budget process, because this is the classic example of where the announcement is made to eliminate a bureau without the understanding that, in fact, the Board of Supervisors funds that bureau. And if he eliminates the bureau, he's eliminating the funding. So I hope that the sheriff will either work with the CEO and with the board, or at least, at the very least, talk to his captains who, when they were promoted to captain, understand how the budget process works with the county. So hearing no one else, Supervisor Ridley Thomas, would you like to say anything?
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think we have covered this sufficiently. I trust that it's clear to all who are listening that this board takes public safety seriously. It is our priority. We take the opportunity for parks to be as beautiful and as accessible, and may I say as safe as humanly possible. That's the message that we're delivering, and from that position we will not retreat. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hahn and the balance of the board for considering this item, and I look forward to it when it comes back so that we can do the people's business in a way that represents us in good stead. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion is before us, moved by Supervisor Ridley Thomas, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kill.
Aye.
Supervisor Kill, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Executive Officer. Now we will move on to item number 18, which was held by me. So, and I know Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Hahn may want to say some words. I want to thank Supervisor Hahn in joining me on this motion to support the House Resolution 1165, authored by Congresswoman Jackie Spear, who condemns the recent military actions by Azerbaijan government in Karabakh region of Armenia and denounces Turkish interference in the conflict. Supervisor Solis, thank you for joining me in sending a joint letter early on in support of 1165. While on Saturday, this last weekend, a temporary ceasefire between Azerbaijan and Armenia that came into effect after almost 2 weeks of fighting over the disputed region appears fragile, with both countries accusing each other of violating the terms of the agreement amid reports of casualties. While the exact number is not known, there are reported between 300 and 1,000 civilian and military deaths on the Armenian side. Together, we represent the largest population of the Armenian diaspora in the United States, and we are committed to advocating for their well-being here in Los Angeles County and around the world. It was reported by the LA Times that members of the local diaspora are returning home to their mother country to help in its defense. I was fortunate to participate in a telethon on Saturday in support of those civilians that have been displaced and are homeless. I want to thank my colleagues for I support of the House Resolution 1165, and I offer my prayers for Armenia to relieve their suffering and bring them comfort, healing, and hope and peace. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Barger, for leading this motion. And you're right, as the largest Armenian community outside of Armenia, I too felt like it was important for us to talk about this today. Today's support from the county is our attempt of acknowledging these injustices by supporting the bipartisan House resolution introduced by a former colleague of mine, Jackie Spear. As we've all witnessed, there have been countless protests, and the community has taken to the streets to raise awareness about the injustices taking place in Artsakh. Just this weekend alone, there were over 100,000 Armenians and their supporters who took to the streets in a peaceful demonstration in Mid-City. And last week, the community came together in my district at the LA Times headquarters, which I had to stop and remember that it was now in El Segundo, to also raise awareness. On September 27th, 2020, Azerbaijan's military forces launched a deadly and unprovoked attack against the Republic of Artsakh, including that country's capital city, Stepanakert. And that attack has already taken innocent civilian lives. The reckless invasion is a direct threat to the Armenians that have lived in Artsakh for centuries, but also to the regional stability and to fundamental United States interests, including democracy. Turkey has thrown its full support to Azerbaijan's invasion and has threatened Armenia. I was hopeful on Friday when I heard there was an agreed upon ceasefire, but was disheartened to hear that shelling and bombing continued by the Azeris during the signing of the agreement, and even more since then. Civilians are being attacked and killed. Churches are being destroyed. Several foreign press reporters have been wounded, and this is all during our worldwide pandemic. We cannot sit idle in watching these human rights violations take place, and we urge the U.S. to take a stand for the people of Armenia and Artsakh. We will continue to condemn the aggressive offensive attack of the Azerbaijani government, denounce Turkey's reported participation, support a ceasefire and peaceful solutions while we continue looking at how to support this region as they rebuild once this is settled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. Supervisor Solis, and then Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and to you and Supervisor Hahn for drawing our attention to the attacks that have taken place along the Armenian border and the hundreds of lives that have been lost and the thousands of people that have now been displaced. I'm also grateful that a former colleague of mine, Congresswoman Jackie Speer, introduced House Resolution 1165, which is co-authored by many members of our county's congressional delegation and condemns the Azerbaijan's military attacks against the Armenian people and denounces Turkish participation in the conflict. As you know, Los Angeles County is home to the largest Armenian population in the world outside of Armenia. And I have the honor of representing many of those Armenian residents who reside in the 1st District. Our support of this bipartisan resolution shows that we stand with our Armenian residents and condemn the attacks. Cluster bombs were used against civilians in the city of Stepanakert, which is a sister city of Montebello, which is in the 1st District. Stepanakert is now scattered with the ruins of buildings destroyed by the Azeri bombs. This is an important international issue that I believe requires the world to take notice and to take action. Tragically, hundreds of civilians have died, and Armenians around the world deserve our support now more than ever. My thoughts and prayers are with the victims and survivors of these attacks, and we hope a long-standing peace can return to this part of the world. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Hahn, thank you for your leadership in this regard and for allowing the board an opportunity to voice our growing alarm at the escalating violence against Armenians in Azerbaijan. Angelenos with roots in Armenia and those who stand in solidarity with them have exercised their First Amendment rights to raise awareness and express their outrage. Literally thousands have gathered outside Azerbaijan and Armenian consulates, blocked traffic and on the 101 and 170 freeways, marched and spoken out since the violence began on September 27th. It's reminiscent of what happened, Madam Chair and colleagues, upon the killing of George Floyd. And I want to say we must not shy away from confronting extrajudicial violence and calling it by its name. I invoke the words of Martin Luther King Jr., a threat to justice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Therefore, we must raise our voices. And I support House Resolution 1165, and Madam Chair and colleagues, I wholeheartedly support this motion, and I thank you for the opportunity to share my views in this regard.
Thank you. Hearing no one else is requesting to speak, item 18 is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Hahn, to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 18 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas?
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas? Aye. Supervisor Kuehl? Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item number 19. which I held, which is the North County Disaster Recovery. I want to thank my colleagues for allowing me to bring this motion to support our communities that have been devastated by the Lake and Bobcat fires. The COVID-19 pandemic has wreaked untold havoc on Los Angeles County, and as our communities are dealing with significant physical, mental, and economic health impacts, the Lake and Bobcat fires erupted and added to their devastation. These fires overlapped for a number of days and added to the strain of manpower and resources that were needed to protect the health, safety, and property of our communities. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the brave men and women of Los Angeles County Fire Department and the Forest Service, as well as many other fire services that came to support us for fighting two fires on multiple fronts. As these fires cut through our communities and the Angeles National Forest, I want to do a public shout out to Chief Osby and Assistant Chief Sullivan for your efforts to lead our firefighting efforts. I also want to take a moment to thank Kevin McGowan, the Director of the Office of Emergency Management, for bringing in all available resources to support the firefighting effort and for quickly transitioning into leading the recovery effort. The dedicated efforts helped minimize the loss of homes and property and to ensure that there was no loss of life. However, there was loss suffered by our communities. The Lake Fire burned nearly 31,000 acres and destroyed 12 homes, damaged 6 others, and destroyed 21 additional buildings in the Lake Hughes and Elizabeth Lake communities. The Bobcat Fire, which is nearing full containment, has burned nearly 115,000 acres, destroyed 80 homes, damaged 23 others, and destroyed 80 additional buildings in the Juniper Hills, Palermo, and Pear Blossom communities. These fires, in terms of size and scale, may be different, but this devastation faced by each constituent is the same, which is why I've asked county departments to immediately deploy any and all resources available. While our end goal is for the long-term health, prosperity, rebuilding, and recovery of our communities, we know that there are immediate needs that must be addressed. I've asked county departments to immediately assess and deploy resources to support our communities with their mental health as well as their financial and housing assistance in the immediate aftermath of the fires. We will also be deploying resources to prevent price gouging and to provide consumer protection, tenant protection, and business recovery advice. However, the real work comes as we move into the rebuilding phase. Many of these communities were founded decades ago, prior to the zoning efforts in the 1950s, and therefore have inherently local physical characteristics. Some of the structures that were destroyed have been in existence for nearly a century and represent the rural context of the community. As they begin to rebuild, we must take note of their character and history and help them rebuild in a way that does not fundamentally change their unique characteristics and attributes. I want to thank Mark Pastrella, our Director of Public Works, and Amy Bodek, Director of the Regional Planning, for joining me last week to tour the areas devastated by the fire. Also, Kezia Davenport as well. This will require some innovative thinking and planning from county departments, and I'm glad they were able to join me to see what is really needed. Finally, I want to note and thank Governor Newsom for declaring a state of emergency in Los Angeles County and for requesting a major disaster declaration from the federal government. It is critical for the recovery effort that we receive the federal declaration to supplant county and state resources, which are already stretched thin by the COVID-19 pandemic and other disasters statewide, with federal emergency reimbursement funding, removing hazardous materials and debris from private property, rebuilding damaged homes and public infrastructure, and other recovery efforts will require a significant amount of funding and require leveraging private, local, state, and federal funding. For our communities that are hurting right now, I commit that my office and the County of Los Angeles will do everything in our power to help you through this process and remove as many obstacles that we can and that may come across, and to support you every step of the way. So with that, I would like to move this item, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl.
Madam Chair, if I might make a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you so much. Just very briefly, because the residents of my district have been so understanding and really aligned with the residents of your district. We can't believe that it's been almost 2 years since the Woolsey fire. And it takes so long to recover. These are very good actions. And it's a very good and comprehensive motion that draws in great way from a number of different motions that we did over time in the past couple of years and brings it all together. And I think in a really good and sound way, building on what we learned in the Woolsey Fire task force that met for almost a year. So bringing them all together to address housing and social services, property tax concerns, even, sediment removal, debris removal, everything. It is really extraordinary, and I congratulate you for pulling it together. I congratulate our departments for all the work they did after the Woolsey fire and thinking through how to help our residents respond to and survive and recover from these horrific events. So thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly am very supportive.
Thank you. And I have to acknowledge my staff who worked, and to your point, lessons learned. So I want to publicly acknowledge my staff, as well as Kevin McGowan, Anish, and Elisa, who really put a lot of work into this. So thank you very much to them. The item is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl, to approve the item. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 18 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas?
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Fantastic. Again, thank you to my colleagues for the support. Now we're going to move on to item 21, oppose California State Proposition 22. That was held by Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. As you know, Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash wrote Prop 22 and paid to put it on the ballot to create a special exemption in the law for themselves to legally exploit their drivers for profit by denying them the critical protections provided by Assembly Bill 5. App-based companies don't want to pay for the employee benefits and protections their drivers have earned and deserve. These corporations have made billions by exploiting their drivers for years. And now the companies are spending nearly $200 million to pass Prop 22 so they can permanently deny fair wages and benefits to these drivers. According to a 2020 study conducted by the University of California, if Uber and Lyft had rightfully treated drivers as employees, these two companies would have paid $413 million in the state's unemployment insurance fund between 2014 and 2019. But instead, California taxpayers now have to pay for the emergency aid to these drivers amid the pandemic. The measure would roll back workers' rights for app-based workers at a time when vital workplace protections are more important than ever. As research has confirmed, Prop 22 would leave workers underpaid, compensating workers for less than 2/3 of their work. It would leave workers unprotected, canceling access to state unemployment insurance and workers' compensation. And it would leave them unrepresented, cutting off the ability of the state legislature to amend the law in the future. If Prop 22 succeeds, local government will lose the ability to pass or enforce laws for app-based workers that meet local minimum wage standards, require a living wage, or safeguard tips. Extend sick leave, including current or emergency COVID-19 relief, provide healthcare subsidies to app-based workers, protect workers from unfair termination, or mandate adequate insurance or licensing to protect consumers. Proponents of the law stress that the measure protects innovation and flexibility, but we see nothing innovative or flexible about rolling back decades of progress so some of the richest companies in the world can avoid laws they don't like. Prop 22 was not created for gig workers, but for the multi-billion-dollar corporations who seek to avoid providing their drivers with adequate rights and protections. If app companies truly wanted to help their drivers, they'd be making sure their workers have the paid sick leave and healthcare coverage they need to protect themselves, their families, and the public right now. Now spending millions to buy themselves a new law. These drivers, and 78% of whom are people of color, are essential. They're helping California through the pandemic, and they deserve better. We believe app drivers, many who are Latino, Black, and from other communities of color, should have sick leave, health care, unemployment benefits, and flexibility in their scheduling. It's important that the board take a stance against Prop 22 and ensure that every employee in California receives the full protections of AB 5. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't believe with all of you guys who figure out these agenda items, you didn't put this to be item 22. But anyway, it's item 21, but it's about Proposition 22. But thank you, Supervisor Solis, for allowing us to take a position on this. And I'm glad we're opposing this proposition. And you're absolutely right. And there's so many workers like drivers who need these app companies. They need protections, and this law will undermine our ongoing efforts to provide that. Sacramento passed AB 5 in September 2019 to provide the necessary safeguards to earn a living wage and have access to health insurance. We have laws in place since last year, and these last-minute efforts from companies to save their profit margins on the backs of workers is not acceptable. I'm glad that we have the opportunity to say we oppose Prop 22. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm looking. Okay, I was just seeing if anyone else wants to speak. I'm just going to say it's possible that had AB 5 been well thought through, this proposition wouldn't have had to be on the ballot. I think that the Prop 22, based on reading it, and this is all based on my study over the weekend, will protect app-based drivers' independence to choose when, where, and how long to work, enabling drivers to supplement lost income and wages during the pandemic. I just truly do believe that that again, had AB 5 been a better bill, we wouldn't be in the situation where I heard from independent contractors. We saw it with individuals that are providing translation for the deaf that were inadvertently impacted because of the unintended consequences of a poor written bill. So I believe that that this proposition actually will try to right some of what was wrong with AB 5. And that's not to say that I do not support our labor partners, because I do. But on this one, I have to respectfully disagree with the intent and the outcome if it were to pass. So it'll be moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Madam Executive Officer, will you please call the roll?
Item 21 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Willie Thomas?
Aye.
Supervisor Willie Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
No.
Supervisor Barger, no. 4-1, motion carries.
With that, we will move on to item number 22, addressing the long-term effects of the relentless COVID-19 virus. Supervisor Solis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We know that the acute symptoms of COVID-19 can range from none at all or a mild cough to complete respiratory collapse or even death. Unfortunately, there is mounting evidence that effects of the coronavirus do not end with these acute symptoms, but instead can last weeks to months. And across the globe, even those with initially mild illness are reporting continued issues. These symptoms can include difficulty breathing, fatigue, headaches, muscle aches, trouble concentrating, PTSD, and inflammation. I had the opportunity to meet one such survivor of what is referred to as a long-haul COVID-19. To underscore the gravity of the situation, I'd like to share a story of this young COVID-19 survivor. She's 33 years old and considers herself an athlete. She has been a runner for more than 15 years. In fact, she went on a miles-long run the day she started experiencing COVID-19 symptoms. 111 days later, she's recovering but is still symptomatic. She shared with me that her acute phase of the illness lasted over 2 weeks. Her symptoms included severe levels of blood clots, seizures, heart palpitations, shortness of breath, and a terrifying range of other symptoms. When I spoke to her in July, she was on week 16 of her symptoms. At that time, she had not had a symptom-free day in over 3.5 months. Again, remember, she's only 33 years of age. Still, COVID-19 has upended her life. She told me that she misses her friends, her family, and has been unable to live her full life the way she remembers it. The data, although limited, reflects the gravity of the situation. 75% of a sample of COVID patients in the United Kingdom reported persistent breathlessness, excessive fatigue, and other symptoms 2 to 3 months later. Many also reported poor quality of life and difficulty doing daily activities such as bathing, dressing, and returning to work. In Italy, nearly half of a group of previously hospitalized COVID patients reported a lower quality of life 2 months after their diagnosis. And finally, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention surveyed people with mild illness in the U.S. and found that 1/3 of people had not returned to their usual state of health 2 to 3 weeks after diagnosis. Unfortunately, there is virtually no data on long-haul COVID-19 in California or Los Angeles, and this is part of our problem. Similarly, we don't know how these long-term effects are impacting communities of color, communities with low access to health care, or communities with lower socioeconomic status. This motion, we hope, will shed light on these very questions by asking the Department of Public Health and Department of Health Services to learn more about how COVID is affecting our communities in the long term. We also request that DPH and DHS begin to plan for possible services specific to long-term COVID symptoms. And given the mental health consequences of the long haul of COVID-19, I'd like to make a slight amendment to add that the Department of Mental Health also be included in the motion, in collaboration with the Department of Health Services and the Department of Mental Health. Now is the time for us to address this new and likely continued challenge, the impact of persistent COVID symptoms on our population. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank Supervisor Solis for bringing this motion. This is a really important but pretty much overlooked part, I think, of the COVID puzzle. And I was very happy to see the amendment to include mental health, the Department of Mental Health, as a part of the team, because there has been a growing concern among mental health experts about the significant impact on survivors' mental health, not only what we're beginning to see about what happens even after people who've had COVID have gone back to testing negative, but we're finding some long-term effects. So this is a really good thing. I think, I imagine there'll be some finding of PTSD as well, another reason to include the Department of Mental Health. So hopefully this will give us the kind of information we need to help, because the kind of unfortunate and as yet not quite understood aspect of this virus are the long-term effects. Understandable, because we haven't had it long-term, but I think as we move into the next year, and even were we to find a way to control the virus, I think it's very important for us to be prepared for the effects, physical and mental, on all those who have contracted it, as well as their families. So thank you, Supervisor Solis, very much for bringing the motion. I strongly support it.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl. So with that, item 22 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl. Madam Executive Officer, would you please take roll?
Item 22 is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas?
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl?
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We are now going to move on to item 36, which is a Safe Clean Water Program as Needed contracts. And I'm going to hand the meeting over to Supervisor Solis on this item, and then we'll be right back. Supervisor Kuehl, and then you're on.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair, who is now the chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Totally respectful. This is really exciting. I don't want to talk about it too long because it's been years in the making and then brought it to the voters. They overwhelmingly approved it, over 70%, to fund these stormwater investment plans through Measure W. So what this motion does is to approve over $95 million, which has so far been generated through Measure W, for the very first round of the Safe Clean Water Program regional projects. Over the past several months, each of the 9 watershed area steering committees reviewed and discussed and selected projects, sent the projects from each of the 9 to the scoring committee, got them back, refined their choices, created a stormwater investment plan made up of their selected projects, sent that to the Regional Oversight Committee for approval, and now the stormwater investment plans are coming to this board for final approval before the money goes out. It is really exciting. It approves a number of beginning contracts that will help us recapture, reclaim, and reuse stormwater, the whole idea being to add to the amount of water available to our county without having to import it from other places. It also approves contracts to hire the watershed coordinators, as was mandated in the ordinance, and they will help lead community outreach and collaboration with a focus on disadvantaged communities in order to educate people about these programs. Also help connect potential program applicants, help them, maybe they don't have the same resources to bring their projects to our attention as a city or a large-scale developer, and we want them to have the ability to design and submit competitive project applications as well. So I want to thank all the people who worked on Measure W, all of the voters who approved it, and most especially all of the people in each of the 9 watershed area steering committees for their participation, their deliberation, and really for this very excellent outcome. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
I'm back, Supervisor Solis. I'm back. Thank you for covering. Supervisor Hahn wants to speak. Or do you want to speak, Supervisor Solis?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Solis and then Supervisor Hahn.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl, for explaining the progress that we've made and how important the Safe Clean Water Program is. You know, after years of study and community engagement and project development, we're finally going to see the fruits of our labor. Today, we'll be approving $95 million for the first year of funding for projects across this county that will improve our water quality, reduce runoff, increase infiltration, and bring more open space to underserved communities. I'm happy to report that 27 million of these funds will be directed towards disadvantaged communities in my district. Over the next 5 years, that number will rise to $92 million. Some of the projects that I'm eager to see that are included are the Bassett High School Stormwater Capture Multi-Benefit Project, the MacArthur Park Lake Rehabilitation Project, the East LA Sustainable Medium Stormwater Capture Project, and the Walnut Park Pocket Park, and the John Anson Ford Park Infiltration Cistern in Bell Gardens. These are communities that are in dire need of infrastructure investment, and these multi-benefit projects will bring cleaner water and more open space and good paying jobs. And I'd like to say a big shout out and thank you to Public Works Department and our director, Mark Pastrella, for bringing these items forward today, and to all of our committees and my appointees for all of your work on the stormwater investment plans. I know that the watershed area steering committees and the scoring committee and the regional oversight committee have worked really hard to get to this point. They spent hours beyond their normal work days to help our communities. I especially want to thank Ed Reyes, David Diaz, Miguel Luna, Mark Hall, Thomas Wong, Melissa Bamanpour, and Mark Stanley for all of your work and for your continued dedication as the next cycle of meetings begins in November. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank all of our appointees that serve on this regional oversight scoring steering committees for their hard work and commitment this past year. I want to acknowledge our cities who've been hard at work on projects that will improve our environment and empower our communities. And again, thank you to Mark Pastrella for his leadership in this effort. Before us today, we have the first regional program stormwater investment plans. We're approving 41 infrastructure projects, 16 technical resource projects, and 4 scientific studies. These projects will capture and clean water, but they do so much more too. While we build these projects, we're creating good paying jobs, engaging our communities, and educating our young people. For example, the Wilmington Q Street project at Banning High School will modernize existing stormwater infrastructure to capture, retain, and infiltrate pre-treated stormwater. And this project will educate high school students on water quality while also exposing them to new career options. The residents of LA County voted to support this tax because they knew how important it was for LA County's future to invest in safe, clean water. And by approving these projects today, we're letting the taxpayers know that they made the right choice. We're putting their tax dollars to work. There are a lot of great projects in the works, and I look forward to watching them develop. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Supervisor Kuehl for her ongoing leadership on this issue. And while the recent worldly and local events have impacted much of our policy making over the past few months, there is a tremendous need for us to plow forward on many of our sustainability initiatives. And that obviously would include the implementation of Measure W. And I want to join those who have issued a word of thanks to the team at Public Works led by Mark Pastrella and the Flood Control District for the ongoing work to implement the a safe, clean water program. This is the work of infrastructure. This is the work, I might say, of innovation. This is the work that we have to do to make sure our county distinguishes itself in every way. This is consistent with that overall projection. And again, Supervisor Kuehl, I take my hat off to you and those who have come forward to make sure that we arrived at this moment with full realization that there's a lot more to do. Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I'll make this short. I just want to echo everyone's comments. Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl, for your leadership and for bringing this forward today. And I also want to thank my appointees. I know that when this first came to be, we had a lot of individuals we could appoint to different sectors, and I just am very grateful to my appointees for the work they put into it. And this is the fruit of everyone's labors, especially yours, Supervisor Kuehl, so hats off to you. So with that, it will be moved by Supervisor Kuehl, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Madam Executive Officer, please take a roll.
Item 36 is before us. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Very happily, aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Fantastic. We are now on item 45, which is a report on the expansion of the first responder protocol and advocacy services for commercially sexually exploited children. And this was held by Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for accommodating my request to speak on a matter that every board member, as well as our predecessors, has sought to address through legislative, budgetary, and awareness-raising approaches. And that matter is human trafficking, and more specifically, the commercial sexual exploitation of children and youth, or otherwise known as CSEC. When I joined this board in 2008, I was familiar with the horrors of labor and sex trafficking on an international level, but I was unaware of the rampant exploitation happening in our very own backyard, as it were, to young people in the county's care through the foster care system, through the juvenile justice system, and more recently, the coordinated entry system for transition age youth experiencing homelessness. When I first began speaking about this after having come to the board, people thought I was talking about, literally in one setting, the question was asked if I was talking about Southeast Asia or some place that was significantly remote. And I immediately corrected that by saying, no, right here in our own county. So from 2012 onward, the board has introduced dozens of motions and allocated millions of dollars to transform our approach toward victims from one that is punitive to one that is focused on recovery, on restitution, and healing. Might I describe it as being resilient? And in that regard, we choose not to designate them as victims. We celebrate them as survivors. One of the biggest challenges we faced early on was that the county was further victimizing these young children by arresting, detaining, and prosecuting them for prostitution. To address this egregious disparity, I authored a motion in 2013 that established what ultimately became the first responder protocol for CSAC. And beginning in August of 2014, the Long Beach Police Department and the Sheriff's Department, that is Compton and Century Station, stopped arresting children who were being trafficked. Instead, law enforcement alerted a team of trauma-informed professionals to arrive on the scene within 90 minutes to recover youth and connect them to critical services, including medical care, housing, legal services, and a dedicated community advocate to be there by their side. And the results have been stunning, Madam Chair and colleagues. In the year prior to the first responder protocol pilot, that would be August 2013 to August 2014, 94 minors had been arrested for then called prostitution and or related charges. In the first year of our pilot, that is 2014 to 2015, only 2 minors were arrested for similar charges. Since then, the first responder protocol has been expanded to all LAPD and sheriff stations, resulting in 909 recoveries of young people from their exploiters, from those predators. And I think that's worthy of acknowledgement. And this is an example of an alternative response to what would ordinarily be a law enforcement call, and it is working. And it's working well, it's working collaboratively. In most of the rest of the nation, children who are being trafficked are still being arrested and released back into the hands of their abusers. So item 45, which is before us, is a 177-page report, essentially distilling the many changes the county has made to save children's lives and to prosecute their exploiters. Within the report is a detailed outside of the evaluation of the first responder protocol, with recommendations for expanding it to all parts of the county and offering it up as a model for the rest of the nation. Madam Chair and colleagues, it is my fervent hope that this board will continue its unwavering commitment to ensuring that this decriminalized social services advocacy-based approach becomes the default approach rather than the exception. And lastly, the board cannot dismantle the repugnant crime by itself. I cannot express the depth of my gratitude to the innovators who led this work within our county departments, the legal and community-based organizations, our partners within the courts and our other governmental agencies, and most importantly, the survivor advocates who are brave enough to continue to speak up and to speak out. Together, we will continue our commitment to end commercial sexual exploitation of children and youth in Los Angeles County. And as I said before, I will continue to say it for the people all the way in the back of the room. Madam Chair, our children are not for sale. I thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Supervisor Kuehl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to speak in praise of Mark Ridley Thomas. It's always been very interesting to me about how a thing comes to someone's attention, how it comes to the attention of a governmental body, and what is done. Before I was elected in 2014, Supervisor Ridley Thomas had already begun his expression of concern about these children and what needed to be done. He has been a strong voice. He has been a leader. This is the last report that will be made while he is still on this board. I remind you that after 6 weeks, he will no longer be on this board. And it is one of the many, many hallmarks of his service. And I am talking about you in the third person, Mark, because I'm praising you, but I could do it directly to you as well. There have been so many things you have led on. This, in my opinion, has been one of the very, very most important, because essentially you were kind of all by yourself when you started it. And calling attention to this change has changed so many young people's lives. I hope that you know what a difference you've made, even though there is no way you can know each and every young person whose life has been changed. You have brought an ongoing series of motions to our board. You have ensured that important topics have been addressed. Wherever anyone needs to say more, to learn more, you have always been there. You have insisted on heightened coordination among the integrated leadership team. It is an extraordinary example of how we can all work together for the benefit of these young people. And I, for one, well, what can I say? I, for one, vow to you that this work will go on the board after you are still working somewhere else. So thank you so much for this work and your staff. They have been extraordinary in this. As you mentioned, all the partners that worked with us, all the law enforcement agencies, but mostly the young women themselves who are survivors, incredible leaders who have taught us so much. So thank you, and I strongly support this work, and thank you again for it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Very kind. Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and Supervisor Kuehl.
Yeah, so let me just say, I can't wrap my head around when you say 6 weeks. I mean, I think with COVID, it's kind of changed the timeline as it relates to in real time. And I echo everything you just said, Supervisor Kuehl. And I also want to make the promise to you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas, that moving forward, I believe collectively as a board, we will not lose sight of what needs to be done, because we know that while this report is very detailed, it's ever changing, and we need to be at really on guard and at the top of our game to make sure that our children are not exploited. And I just want to also thank the integrated leadership team for their continued focus and concern on how we best provide leadership on this issue to ensure our practices reflect our concern. But Supervisor Ridley Thomas, I know that we will never know the number of lives we may have saved, but I can guarantee you it's significant. And so I just want to publicly thank you as well for your commitment moving this forward. So with that, seeing no other requests to speak, this item is before us, moved by Supervisor Ridley Thomas, seconded by Supervisor Kuehl, to receive and file. If there are no objections, that will be the order. Now we're going to move on to item 59D, use of Coronavirus Relief Fund to establish the Emergency Shelter Pallet Project. That was held by Supervisor Janice Hahn.
Janice K. Hahn. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. Madam Chair, this motion before us today will help fund 15 pallet homes to use as temporary emergency shelter for people who are in the city of Redondo Beach. For those of you who are not familiar with pallet homes, these are individual tiny homes that can be stood up quickly and give people the privacy and security that is not always available in an open floor plan shelter. This emergency shelter would complement Redondo's ongoing efforts to connect unhoused people in their community to permanent housing. Last week, the Redondo Beach City Council, under leadership of Mayor Bill Brand, set aside $300,000 for this project. And with this motion, what we're doing is to commit the CARES Act funds and homeless service dollars needed to make this project a reality. I commend Redondo Beach and other cities in my 4th district and around the county who have stepped to the plate to address this crisis during this pandemic. The county coroners recently reported that the deaths of homeless individuals on the streets are up 33% since last year, with 1,014 dead just since this January. Project Room Key and its newest iteration, Project Home Key, have saved lives. But we need all the help we can get, and I appreciate the cities that are stepping up with their own housing solutions. I hope you will all support this motion with me today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other requests, moved by Supervisor Hahn, I will second that motion. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 59D is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas?
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl? Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we will move on to 59E, Make Your Home Your Vote Center, which was held by Supervisor Janice K. Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we all know that we're in the middle of an incredibly important election. We're also in the middle of a pandemic. And I'm just concerned that sometimes we send mixed messages. It's been incredible to see stadiums and concert venues step up to become vote centers in this election. But we need everyone to hear loud and clear, almost like you're safer at home, that they do not need to leave their house to vote this year. And I would like to get a clear message out to everyone that this year, make your home your vote center. Not only is it the safest way to vote during a pandemic, it is convenient and it's secure. This motion is pretty straightforward, asking our CEO and Registrar Recorder County Clerk to work together to get out the Make Your Home Your Vote Center message. This should be a coordinated message sent out by all of our county departments, whether on their social media platforms or on their department websites. We have our work cut out for us because LA County residents are used to voting in person. In 2016, only 36% of voters in LA County voted by mail, compared with 57% statewide. That undoubtedly contributed to long lines at our vote centers on Election Day during March primary. And I know a lot of people really like to vote in person. I am one of those. I have voted in person my whole life, except for I think one time when I was away at college and voted in the 1972 presidential election. But other than that, I voted in person. And it's not easy to convince people to change. But I think if people hear a good, loud, clear message that voting from home is safe, it's easy, it's secure. Most people have likely already received their ballot. Just fill it out at your kitchen table and send it back. No postage necessary. I just think it's time that we get that message out more than we have in the past. So I hope you all will support me in this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no one else requested to speak, the item is before us, moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Madam Executive Officer, would you please take the roll?
Item 59E is before you. Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Ridley Thomas. Supervisor Ridley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kill.
Aye.
Supervisor Kill, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, now we are on to our last item that was held, and that is item 59I, protecting essential workers in the fast food industry. That was held by Supervisor Solis. Supervisor Solis, unmute your mic, please.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, some of you may know that SEIU Local 721 sent a letter raising concerns about public health violations and retaliation occurring at a McDonald's located on Marengo Street in Boyle Heights. In the letter, SEIU alleges that this McDonald's had been failing to comply with basic COVID-19 safety precautions and protocols. SEIU also alleges that retaliation has taken place in response to workers raising concerns about working conditions, resulting in the firing of workers. And if these allegations are true, in my opinion, I believe they're unacceptable. Throughout the pandemic, the board has always stressed the importance of protecting our essential workers, especially those in high contact environments like restaurants and fast food establishments. Our food establishments overwhelmingly employ people of color, and it is this industry that has seen massive disproportionate impacts due to COVID-19. Almost 69% of workers in food service or drinking establishments are people of color, and our Latinx community comprises almost half of all the food establishment workers. Fast food employees are some of the most vulnerable workers in our economy, and they are not just vulnerable to COVID-19, but to housing and financial insecurity as well. The county, in my opinion, must do better to direct its attention towards issues like this. We must ensure that our most vulnerable and our underrepresented community members are protected by the county. Any essential worker reporting to work needs to know that protections are in place to keep them safe and healthy. Through this motion, I'd like to ask Dr. Barbara Ferrer and her staff to work with County Council to issue a response to the SEIU Local 721 letter regarding these allegations. And I'd also like to ask our public health to investigate working conditions in the fast food industry to document workers' firsthand experiences. And with that said, I would like to make a mere amendment to the second directive, and I'd like to add, after task force, I would like to add, and the chief executive office to identify funding. And with that, Madam Chair, I have a few questions for Dr. Ferrer, if she's available.
Is Dr. Ferrer on the line?
Can she call it?
It does not appear she's on. We're trying to get her.
Okay.
In the interim, do any of my colleagues want to speak on this item? No. We're having some difficulty getting her, Supervisor Solis.
Okay. Earlier, I did ask her some questions regarding this question. So I do believe she was going to be looking into the letter that was sent also to her and looking at what kinds of efforts in terms of the employer meeting the health orders, if they have indeed been doing that. And she did point out, I believe that there was some discrepancies there, but I know there's going to be further investigation on her part. And so that's what I would ask her if she was here to answer. But nonetheless, I would ask that our board support us in getting to the facts of the case and to help clarify what employers need to know to take care of their employees. And this is just one, I think, of many complaints that have been coming into our public health department, either through anonymous means or what have you. But I do believe that this is an area that we should be looking at. And I know that our board has already taken action on developing our public health councils, which I think would fit nicely with this as well, and vice versa. So with that, Madam Chair, if she's not available, I'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Seeing that no one else wants to speak, moved by Supervisor Solis. I will second that. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 59I as amended is before you. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Riley Thomas?
Aye.
Supervisor Riley Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kill?
Aye.
Supervisor Kill, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. At this time, that concludes all the agenda items that were held by the board. At this time, it would be appropriate to hear from supervisors on items not on the posted agenda to be presented or referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. We'll begin with District Number 2. Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think it would be remiss if the board did not take a moment to remind everyone that October is National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Madam Chair and colleagues, every year more than 250,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer, and about 1 in 100 men are diagnosed with the breast cancer diagnosis as well at some point in their life. Knowing what may contribute to breast cancer is an important part of its prevention, and everyone should speak with their health care provider about their risk and what they can do to mitigate those risks, including regular screenings and mammograms, especially in light of the uncertainty of the future of the Affordable Care Act. Speaking with health care providers is even more important. We take a moment every October to celebrate Breast Cancer Awareness Month and to point to the survivors and those communities fighting this disease for their courage and for their resilience. It is also important, Madam Chair, to note that across the nation and even across the globe, significant progress has been made in the fight against breast cancer, and that research and innovation must continue in the months and years to come. For the longest, breast cancer research did not get the attention that it deserves owing to the politics of gender and what cancers were deemed to be more priority, but thank God the breakthroughs have been significant, and shall they continue to come is our prayer. The dedicated providers and researchers working to eradicate breast cancer as a life-threatening disease through prevention, early detection, and scientific research should also be commended for their hard work. The month should also serve as a critical reminder to all men and women to take proactive efforts to monitor their health, to prevent late-stage diseases of this sort and those attending diagnosis. I want to thank Supervisor Barger, the chair, who has joined me in using this opportunity to submit a motion to proclaim the month of October 2020 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the County of Los Angeles. We also take this moment to encourage women and men to follow the recommendations for monthly self-examination, annual checkups, and regular mammograms for early detection for breast cancer. This is important for a host of reasons. personal, professional, political, and I appreciate the opportunity, Madam Chair, just to say a word in this regard. I turn the floor to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Willie Thomas. We are going to vote on this under item A8 today. And I just have to thank you. I know that I speak on behalf of many of my friends who have suffered from breast cancer. And I think it's important for us to heighten the awareness and let people know that that it's important each year to get your mammogram and to be vigilant because if caught early, it can be treated and you can live a full productive life. So with that, this item is before us. It'll be moved by Supervisor Willie Thomas, seconded by myself. Madam Executive Officer, please call the roll on this item.
National Breast Cancer Awareness Month in October is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Willie Thomas.
Aye.
Supervisor Willie Thomas, aye. Supervisor Kuehl.
Aye.
Supervisor Kuehl, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Supervisor Willie Thomas, do you have another motion?
I do, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Your permission. I'd like to say, colleagues, as you're aware, on October the 6th, a sheriff's deputy from the South Los Angeles station shot and seriously injured a psychiatric patient at the Harbor UCLA medical campus. The deputy was on site to provide security for another hospitalized patient who was in an adjacent room. Unfortunately, Madam Chair and colleagues, this is the second use of lethal force on the campus of Harbor UCLA within the past 5 years. It was on December the 19th, 2015, that another patient with mental illness was fatally shot by a Los Angeles police officer inside the emergency room at our medical campus. The health and safety of patients, visitors, and employees on the county's medical campuses must be paramount in order to provide effective medical care. I want to acknowledge the Department of Health Services, who has taken significant efforts to train deputies assigned to the medical campuses on de-escalation strategies over the past few years. However, it is unclear whether deputies who are assigned to provide personal security for patients on campus undergo similar training. The recent and serious incident that occurred at Harbor UCLA requires a timely, fair, and thoroughgoing investigation by the Office of the Inspector General to ensure justice is served and prevent this type of event from occurring again. Moreover, this incident necessitates an inquiry regarding the role of armed law enforcement within the county medical facilities. And I want to thank Supervisor Hahn, who has joined me in co-authoring this motion, which is really rather urgent, and why I'm reading it in today for our collective consideration. It would be that we would direct the Inspector General to do what he should do and direct the acting Chief Executive Officer and the Director of Health Services to complete a review of best practices in the area of safety and security on medical campuses. And finally, direct County Council to report back in 60 days on the board's authority to impose restrictions and or training requirements with respect to the presence of armed law enforcement officers that are assigned to protect individuals on medical campuses or are temporarily assigned to such medical campuses. Thank you, Madam Chair. This matter is of significant concern to us, and it seems to me, as we speak the language of reimagining, as we speak the language of public safety, we also have to do that in the context of healthcare delivery, and so that everyone's safe in and outside of hospital facilities. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I know that Supervisor Hahn is your co-author. Supervisor Hahn, would you like to say something briefly?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And I just really wanted to thank Supervisor Ridley Thomas for letting me co-author this. And you're right. I mean, this was a terrible shooting. The public deserves full transparency. We need to find out exactly what happened last week at Harbor UCLA. But it also leads us to a larger discussion about public safety in our hospitals. They're different places. They're a place of care. They're a place where people are already feeling vulnerable and nervous and worried. And I just will say that I received 100 emails from medical students and professionals saying that they are also concerned about having armed law enforcement inside our hospital campuses. So this motion is going to take a look at these different approaches to public safety and reminding us that safety looks different in different environments. So I just wanted to express my support for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. That's going to be on the agenda for the next board meeting for action. So with that, no more specials from you, Supervisor Ridley Thomas?
No, but I would like to, with your permission, move toward the adjourning motion.
Yeah, but let me see if anyone else has any specials.
Okay.
Hearing none, we will now move to adjournments. It would be appropriate to hear adjournments. Let's begin with the Honorable Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I'd ask that we adjourn today in memory of the Honorable Willie O. Jones, Jr., former Compton City Council member Jones, who recently passed away from long-term illness, and that was on October the 4th. Before joining
I'd like to join you on that, Supervisor Ridley Thomas.
You beat me to the punch, Madam Supervisor from the 4th District. I was going to extend that opportunity, but let the record reflect, Madam Chair, that Supervisor Hahn wishes to be a co-presenter here. Before joining the Compton City Council, Mr. Jones served as an educator and served on the Compton College board. He will be remembered for his work to better the community and the lives of his constituents in Compton. Survived by his children, extended family and friends, colleagues, and a lovely man, a man committed to his community and someone who affirmed people because he recognized them as being human beings, no more, no less. And if we had more people like Willie O. Jones among us, I think the world would be a better place in which to live. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With that, we'll move to the 3rd District. Supervisor Kuehl, your adjournments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. We had quite a few losses in the 3rd District in the past 2 weeks. I'd like to ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory and honor of Lane Sherman, who died Sunday at the Jewish Home for the Aging in Reseda. We knew her well as Congressman Brad Sherman's mom. She's survived by Brad and by her daughter, Audrey Spencer, 6 grandchildren, 3 great-grandchildren, and 1 great-great-granddaughter. She was a pretty famous volunteer in our district and I think all around the county as early as the 1960s, and for 30 years, one of the strongest supporters for her son, Brad Sherman, happily greeting strangers and acquaintances alike, often handing out his trademark combs, which he thought was a great joke on himself. And she and her deceased husband, Maurice, were mainstays of the Jewish community when they lived in Orange County and then later in the community in the San Fernando Valley. She was just a wonderful, bright light and really devoted to so many good issues. And she grew up in Philadelphia. She joined her father working with U.S. forces to rebuild Japan after World War II, met Maurice Sherman when they were both at UCLA, and built a life together for many, many years. She will be sorely missed, and we send our condolences, of course, to Brad. I also ask when we adjourn.
Madam Chair, can I be added as a co-author on that or join you?
Please.
Supervisor Kuehl, thank you.
All members.
Yeah, I think it should, how about all members?
All right, all members. I think that's really appropriate. I think Brad would really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Eddie Van Halen, a legendary guitarist, died on October 6th, who was co-founder and iconic guitarist for the hard rock band Van Halen. Thanks in large part to his tremendous talent, the band became one of the most popular rock acts of all time, and he was known as one of the most influential guitarists of the genre. So many people have said that they carefully watched Van Halen playing the guitar and adopted so much of what he invented. Throughout his career, he achieved chart-topping hits, performed successful tours, and of course, was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. He's survived by his wife, Janie, his brother, Alex, and his son, Wolfgang. And I ask that when we
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Supervisor Kuehl, I know Supervisor Hahn wanted to be included. Can we do all members on the Van Halen?
I think that would be great.
Yeah, can I just say something? You know, he went to high school in Pasadena, and in fact was well known in the area because the original group was called Mammoth. But he found out there was another band named Mammoth, so they became Van Halen, and they were the opening act for another, what I think is a kind of a well-known band, well, at least to me, called Honk. And they would play throughout the region, and I think they charged $3 to get in. And so they truly were Eddie was an amazing individual and will truly be missed. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Supervisor Kuehl.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. So all members, if they're willing, I think that would be just great.
Yeah.
Not to be indicating how many well-known people live in the third, but I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Helen Reddy, who died on September 29th. She was actually born in Melbourne, Australia, into a show business family, but she moved to the U.S. as a single mom in search of a music career. Probably her biggest success was the hit song, I Am Woman, which became a feminist anthem in 1972, same year that the Equal Rights Amendment passed the Senate, and Shirley Chisholm ran for president. Quite a good year to be singing I Am Woman. But she was really iconic in leading the way, in pride, in celebration, and in joy. She's survived by her children, Tracy and Jordan. And I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Bobby Trantafello, community leader, who was the owner of Safe Bookkeeping and an active member of the Canoga Park West Hills Chamber of Commerce. Her involvement and leadership over many, many years in Canoga Park included the Canoga Park Community Center, where she was president of the board, the Canoga Park Neighborhood Council, Main Street Canoga Park Memorial Day Parade, and Canoga Park's Dia de los Muertos event. She also served as treasurer for the West Hills Neighborhood Council, on the board of directors for the West Valley Playhouse, involved in Big Brothers Big Sisters of Greater LA, the Haven Hills Women's Shelter, and the Optimist Club. She's survived by her son Jeffrey and her brothers Don and Steve. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Joseph Ruby, who was hired by Walt Disney Studios in their animation program and later joined the Disney editorial department as a music editor. At Hanna-Barbera Editorial, he met his future business partner and lifelong friend, Ken Spears. At Hanna-Barbera, they went on to create the iconic TV series Scooby-Doo. And in 1977, Joe fulfilled another dream when he and Ken launched their own animation studio, Ruby Spears Production. which produced many hit animated series including Fangface, Thundar the Barbarian, Mr. T, Plastic Man, Chuck Norris, and garnered a lot of Emmy Award nominations and a Humanitas Award. He's survived by his wife Carol and their 4 children, Cliff, Deanna, Craig, and Debbie. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Susan Warshaw Robertson. Graduated from SC with a BA in political science, volunteered in Democratic Party politics, later moved to Washington, D.C. to work at the State Department. Throughout her life, she was a dedicated volunteer and patron to many charitable organizations, president of Jewish Vocational Services, member of the Board of Governors of the Huntington Library, trustee of the Autry Museum of the American West, longtime member of the Blue Ribbon Society of the Music Center, and Planned Parenthood of LA. Continuing in her family's philanthropic tradition, she was a supporter of Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, member of its Board of Governors, and donor of the Warshaw Robertson Law Family's Chair in prostate cancer. She and her husband also established the Susan W. and Carl W. Robertson Program for Tumor Ablation at the USC Keck School of Medicine. She's survived by her husband Carl and her children Cara and Chip.
Supervisor Kiel, can I be on that one as well?
Yes, please. I think we all knew Hope Warshaw and
yeah.
Yes, I'd like to be added to Hilda Solis. Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
All board.
Okay,
all board.
Thank you. I know that they'll all really appreciate that because we've been engaged with the family and the extended family over so many years on so many good things. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Lily Markowitz, a Holocaust survivor who was born in Nagyvarad, Romania in 1926 and was the sole Holocaust survivor of her immediate family. When the camps were liberated, she met her husband Herman, and it was a true love story. Since 1969, she and Herman owned and operated Factor's Famous Deli, a staple in the West LA community. I don't know very many people, certainly that I went to high school and college with and beyond, that didn't go to Factor's one time or another. Lily is survived by her 5 children. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of 2 children who were tragically killed, Mark and Jacob Iskander. They were killed on September 29th, the victims of an alleged drunk driving incident in Westlake Village, just out for a walk with their family in the neighborhood. Although their parents managed to grab some of the siblings, they couldn't get to the 2 boys fast enough as the drunk driver was bearing down on them. Our thoughts and prayers and deepest sympathies are with the Iskander family at this very, very difficult time. These 2 young men, age 9 and 11, are survived by their parents, Karim and Nancy, and their siblings, Zachary and Violet. A really tragic occurrence. And I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Rebecca Grossberg. She was the youngest of 5 children, growing up poor in the ghettos of Buenos Aires. Met her future husband at the age of 15. His family was moving to America, and her boyfriend refused to join his family going to America unless his 15-year-old girlfriend agreed to go too. So curiosity trumped fear, and she went. She took a job sewing burlap bags in downtown Los Angeles, befriending a group of Mexican ladies who viewed her and her strange way of speaking Spanish as something of a curiosity. Over the next 77 years, she raised 3 children in a track house in the valley, continued to listen to tangos, and baked cookies for practically everyone she could get her hands on. She survived by her children, Josh, Darlene, and Vivian. And I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Charles Dooley. Terry Dooley died on September 27th, received his ME degree from UCLA in 1969 in the executive engineering program, started in 1981 and spent 21 years with Morley Builders of Santa Monica. His highlight projects include the Powell Library seismic upgrade and architectural restoration project at UCLA, and the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels in Los Angeles. He founded the ACE Mentor Program in Southern California, where his leadership and passion for helping students led to the creation of 27 inner-city high school teams, each paired with a half dozen mentors from the Southland's top firms in architecture, construction, and engineering. He also actively supported MEND, which stands for Meet Each Need with Dignity, and the Fair Housing Council of the San Fernando Valley since the 1960s. He's survived by his wife, Kathy, and 6 children, Beth, Brendan, Jean, Nina, Paul, and Martha. And I ask that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Eugene Corman, who graduated from Stanford and went to work in the entertainment industry. In the early 50s, he was an agent at MCA and represented actors and directors like Ray Milland, Joan Crawford, Fred McMurray, Harry Belafonte, and Alan Dwan. He enjoyed his time as an agent, but he ultimately wanted to produce films. So in the late 1950s, he left MCA, partnered with his brother Roger Corman, with whom he made numerous films over the next several years. In the mid-1960s, Gene struck out on his own, making films for Universal and Columbia, MGM, United Artists. In 1978, he produced The Big Red One, which was the United States' official entry at the Cannes Film Festival. A few years later, he produced A Woman Called Golda, for which he won an Emmy Award and a Christopher Award. In the early 1980s, he was vice president at 20th Century Fox, overseeing production of the studio's TV series. And by the time he retired from business in 1990, he had produced more than 30 films in a dozen countries and overseen the production of hundreds of hours of primetime television programming. He's survived by his wife, Nan, their 2 sons, Todd and Craig, and his brother, Roger. And finally, Madam Chair, thank you. I'm sorry we had so many adjournments, really. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Richard Abkarian, whose column writing daughter I think we all know very well. He's the son of working-class Armenian immigrants, graduated from Berkeley, taught American literature at Cal State Northridge. He was an activist for a number of social justice causes, public education, housing discrimination, and police brutality. He published one of the most enduring college textbooks of the modern era, Literature, the Human Experience, which has sold hundreds of thousands of copies. He's survived by his daughters, Robin and Sarah, and 2 other children. Those are my adjournments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And not to be outdone by all the connections to Eddie Van Halen, I just wanted to add that Eddie and his brother Alex started their music lessons at Gray's School of Music here in San Pedro, which just celebrated its 70th anniversary. So San Pedro also has a connection. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of the Honorable Vincent Okamoto. And I know, Supervisor Barger, you wanted to make some comments about him. He passed away at the age of 76. He graduated from Gardena High School and attended El Camino College before attending UCLA. He served as commander of the ROTC Bruin Rangers, although he graduated with a bachelor's degree from USC. He began his life of service when he joined the Army during the Vietnam War. He received 16 decorations, including 3 Purple Hearts and the Distinguished Service Cross. He was the most highly decorated Japanese American to have survived the Vietnam War. In 2007, he was inducted into the Army Ranger Hall of Fame. After his tour of duty, he attended USC School of Law and served as a Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney for 5 years. He spent the next decade in private practice before becoming a full-time CEO and banker. Judge Okamoto was elected to the Gardena City Council in 1980, where he served alongside Mas Fukai, who was chief deputy to my father. In 2002, he was appointed to the Los Angeles County Superior Court. He was among the founders of the Japanese American Bar Association, served on the board of the California Veterans Affairs Commission, and was instrumental in establishing the Japanese American Vietnam War Veterans Memorial in Little Tokyo, and was the author of 2 books. Judge Okamoto is survived by his wife, Mitzi Nishiyama, his son, and 2 grandchildren.
Yeah, I have to say this. Vince was a dear friend and actually went to high school with one of my best friends, Linda Balderrama, who was Supervisor Antonivich's former assistant. And Vince was someone who, if you called him at 2 a.m, he would be there. He was a very loyal individual, and his books regarding his time in Vietnam really kind of highlight just the amazing life that he led, but also the sacrifices that he made, both while in the military, but also while sitting on the bench. He was a very thoughtful, decent man who is going to be missed by many. And I just truly, I'm glad I got to meet him. And I know that that his wife and his family and all his friends are holding him near in their hearts today. So thank you, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Lucy Maynez, who passed away in the Harbor area at the age of 82. Lucy owned the Nail Scene Salon in Lomita for 20 years. She was a member of the Wednesday Club in San Pedro and the Sunshine Club in Wilmington. Lucy was preceded in death by her loving husband, Gilbert. Mary is survived by her daughters, Jeanette and Cindy, 4 grandchildren and 2 great-grandchildren, and many nieces and nephews, including her niece, Kathy Familetti, president of the ILWU Southern California District Council, and nephew, Robert Maynez of ILWU Local 63. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Mary Miller, who's a resident of Torrance, who passed away at the age of 94. Mary lived a full life of music and art. She taught music education for 27 years with the Torrance Unified School District. She was a longtime parishioner at St. Margaret Mary Catholic Church in Lomita, where she was part of the choir for 35 years. Mary served as a cultural arts commissioner for the city of Torrance and was on the board of the Arts Council of Torrance, California Retired Teachers Association, the Torrance Symphony Association, and many other local civic organizations. She received the Katie Geisert Award and Senior of the Year Award from the City of Torrance for her numerous contributions to the city. Mary also received the Los Angeles County Older American Award. Mary is survived by her 4 children, her daughter-in-law, actress and comedian Carol Burnett, and 4 grandchildren. And I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Melinda Kimsey, who passed away at the age of 71. She was a Cerritos resident for over 40 years, where she and her husband raised their family, and she served on the Cerritos Economic Development Commission. She was also a member of the Cerritos Artesia Seroptimus International Club for the last 26 years. Melinda taught elementary and middle school students for over 20 years, most recently at Blessed Sacrament School in Westminster. In 2013, Melinda founded the Gateway Guardian newspaper, a bi-weekly community newspaper focused on covering the gateway cities. She's survived by her 3 sons, her 3 daughters-in-law, and 9 grandchildren. And I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Sweet Lou Johnson, who I was so sad to read that he had passed away at the age of 86. Sweet Lou played professional baseball for 17 years, including 8 years in the majors. He garnered the nickname Sweet Lou when he joined the Dodgers in 1965 because of his infectious smile, and he was a genuinely nice guy. Sweet Lou scored the only run in Sandy Koufax's perfect game on September 9th, 1965. The same year in Game 7 of the World Series against the Minnesota Twins, he had 8 hits, including 2 home runs, the second being the game-winning one in the decisive Game 7. Dodger fans will always remember him clapping his hands as he rounded the bases. He worked for the Dodgers for 40 years, both as a player and in the team's community relations department. In the city of LA, we commemorated Jackie Robinson Day every year, where we all wore the little pin that had Jackie Robinson's number 42 on it. And Sweet Lou would come to the city of LA for that ceremony every year, and again always took the time to talk to each and every one of us. He always had kind things to say about my dad, who of course helped bring the Dodgers to LA, and just Sweet Lou really does describe the man. What a gentleman, what a good guy. I was sorry to see him pass. He's survived by his wife Sarah, his children, Lauren, Carlton, and...
Can I be on that one, Supervisor Hahn? And I just like to say that Sweet Lou also helped many a Dodger and the organization as it relates to alcohol and substance abuse. He was a man truly who shared himself and wanted to help, especially with those that were struggling. And he was an amazing man.
Yes, thank you. That's all. Oh, Supervisor Ridley Thomas, I know you want to join in.
Only with your permission.
Sweet Lou would want you to.
Yes. Had a special relationship with Sweet Lou, who regularly said, Mark, I have something to talk with you about, but we'll have to talk about it later. And he would see and call and wanted to make sure that the appropriate constituent services were being done.
Right.
He would point to where they should be done and how they should be done. And he would say, I don't want to have to tell you again, Mark, I want this done. He was a wonderful person and ambassador that lasted for decades on behalf of our beloved LA Dodgers. And so may he rest in peace, and may there be more people who had a bright smile like his, a strong determination to be the kind of example, role model for those in the game of baseball, but in the game of life. Sweet Lou was an overcomer and taught many lessons on and off the baseball field. May God bless his soul.
Rest in peace, Sweet Lou. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Reba Ann Hollerberg, a longtime resident of Newhall who passed away at the age of 80. She worked as a flight attendant for a short time, but then purchased and ran Valley Maintenance, a commercial cleaning business. She later sold the business and began a 20-year career with the Newhall Water Company. After a short retirement, she earned her real estate license and worked for Keller Williams. She was involved with various charities and advocacy groups, including the Zanata Club of Santa Clarita. She was a big advocate and supporter of women in the community, helping empower them to achieve their dreams. She's survived by her daughter Julia and her sister June. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Keith Lang, a longtime teacher in Burbank who recently passed away at the age of 49. Keith received his teaching degree from Cal State Long Beach and went on to teach at Monterey High School, a continuation school in Burbank, for 21 years. He taught social sciences and served as a student government advisor, as well as serving on the district social science task force. He was named Teacher of the Year for the 2015-2016 school year. Keith had a passion for Star Trek, sports, and movies. He is survived by his nephew, Jason. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Frank Hajim Watas, who was born March 10th, 1924, and passed away on September 7th at the age of 96. Frank had a humble upbringing in a small fishing village in Kauai, Hawaii. He courageously served his country in both World War I and the Korean War, concluding his service at the rank of second lieutenant. After moving to Los Angeles with a Harvard Business School degree, he became partners with Phil Holland, owner of Yum Yum Donuts. Together, they expanded the chain from 3 shops to 100. Frank eventually became the sole owner and oversaw the acquisition of Winchell Donuts, thus becoming the largest chain of donut shops in California today. Frank also served as Assistant Secretary of State of California under March Bong-yu, sat on the boards of many organizations, and donated generously to countless causes, most notably the Japanese American National Museum. He'll be remembered for his never-give-up attitude. He's survived by his wife, Jan, his brothers, Mark, Richard, and Eddie, his sons, Steve and Lincoln, his daughters, Susie and Amanda, and 9 grandchildren. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Sandor Lee Winger. Sandor, or affectionately known as Sandy Lee Winger, a resident of Northridge, recently passed away at the age of 78. He served in the U.S. Marine Corps from 1958 until 1962, during which time he had a combat tour in Vietnam. Sandy was worked in aerospace industry for over 20 years, and then came to work for the County of Los Angeles and retired as the executive officer of the Los Angeles branch of the Local Agency Formation Commission, known as LAFCO, in 2006. Sandy was active in state and local community affairs for over 45 years. He was active on several committees, including the Van Nuys Airport Citizens Advisory Committee, and most recently was the first president of the Friends of Oak Ridge. He was an avid fisherman and a Dodger fan. Sandy is survived by his wife, Phyllis, his son, Doug, his daughter, Sunny, and 2 grandchildren. Those are my adjournments. Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Rudolph Chavez. Mr. Chavez was my former principal at La Puente High School in the mid-70s to the early 80s. He loved being with students and attended every football game without fail. You could always notice him on the field because he wore a big cowboy hat. At a time when there was much civil unrest on our campuses, he was able to work with the community and ease the unrest. Mr. Chavez was an avid horseman and would ride the trails of the Whittier Narrows and the adjacent San Gabriel Mountains every weekend. He has one remaining younger brother, Alfred, and is survived by his 2 daughters, Laura and Gina, and 3 grandchildren, Lelani, Jacob, and Jordan. May he rest in peace. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Jeff Harmon. Jeff was a longtime gang interventionist who was revered by the community and fellow gang interventionists. He was very dedicated to his work. In fact, my staff was in a virtual meeting with him last week while he was participating from his hospital bed. Despite struggling through and being on pain medication, he still was able to share words of wisdom. Jeff worked at Unity One Foundation for many years and led efforts on conflict mediation and taught youth life management skills. He will be missed dearly by his community and family. May he rest in peace. That concludes my adjournment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we will go into closed session. Madam Executive Officer, will you please? Oh, I'm sorry. We got to take these motions. We will take all these motions. I will move, and as Supervisor Solis will second. If there's no objection to unanimous vote, that will be the action on the adjournments. Madam Executive Officer, now please read us into closed session.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. Item CS2, department head performance evaluation. And then item CS3, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation as indicated on the posted and supplemental agenda.
Thank you. We'll now go into closed session.
board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has concluded. board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has concluded. The board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has concluded. board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has concluded. board is currently in closed session and will return to open session once closed session has concluded.
Okay, I will. We are going to reconvene in open session. I will now take roll call to confirm attendance. Please unmute your mic and respond when your name is called. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Ridley Thomas?
Here.
Supervisor Kuehl?
Here.
Supervisor Hahn?
I'm here.
Madam Executive Officer, please read the report of action.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on October 13, 2020. Items CS1 and CS2, no reportable action. Item CS3, the board authorized county counsel to initiate litigation. The defendants and the other particulars will, once the action is formally commenced, be disclosed to any persons upon inquiry. The vote of the board was unanimous with all supervisors present. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes today's meeting. The next meeting of the Board of Supervisors will be a special closed session on October 20th, 2020. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on October 27th, 2020. Thank you. Have a good evening and stay safe.
This meeting is no longer being recorded.